let's get the agenda.
Healthy stuff.
I know. Sorry, today's Finance Committee meeting is brought to you by Chex Mix. He's over there. All right. Good morning, happy Wednesday. The Finance Committee is called to order on April 17th. I have 9:34 a.m. Thank you for showing up so promptly. All colleagues are present, that being Alderwoman Finlayson to my right and Alderwoman O'Neill to my left. And we're also graced by the appearance of Alderman Arnett, and of course, always our finance department that I always fail to recognize in the city manager's office. So with that, could I have a motion to approve today's agenda, which involves 3 departments?
Move approval of the agenda as written.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, at this time, I'll accept a motion to approve the meeting minutes from yesterday that were efficiently done by Kaylin, our superstar. Could I have such a motion to approve once you find them? After I said that,
I'll
where
move
are they?
approval of the minutes from April 16th.
Yeah, there they are.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so with that, under category of general discussion, we start with our first department, which is the Office of Law. Please introduce yourself as well as everyone else at the table and anyone else in the audience you want to introduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Lyles. I'm your city attorney. I'm here with Karen Steele from my office, my legal assistant, and also Regina Watkins Etheridge, who is the city clerk. Regina may have be able to answer some additional questions as it relates to budgeting for the elections and how that process will be rolled out. Throughout the course of the presentation, you can stop and ask questions if you will, but let me say as an opening statement that your city's Office of Law is one of the most effective departments of its type in the state, I believe. We have a history of success over the last 4 years. It's potentially unmatched. We have been great stewards of the funds we have been given. We appreciate the administration for acceding to our requests almost in every category. We had some enhancements that, of course, were denied. We may have an opportunity to talk about what we think about that, mainly as it relates to the unexpected kind of requests that we get during the year that we can't plan for as an office of law, as you might suspect. Any professional that you hire might see and get requests for things that they can't plan for well in advance. Additionally, I'd like to talk about some of the expectations that we have for some things, and if we get to some questions and answers, maybe we can come to some accommodation. But we're basically very happy with what we've been given. We think that the money we've spent over the last year is right in line with the budgeted money we've given in the previous year. We do see some unexpected things that even in the last few days that we might be able to talk about. We might ask for the council's dispensation with respect to our requests for additional funds. One being we just lost an attorney. And when you lose an attorney, a couple things happen. One, you don't know who you're going to hire. Two, you can bet you're going to pay more for the lawyer you're going to get, either on the front end in salary or to get a less experienced attorney trained up, which means more money for training as opposed to salary and wage. Either way, you're going to pay more. And as we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years with everything from supplies to services to hourly wages to legal rates, everything has ballooned in cost. We hope that we don't suffer from some of those things unexpectedly, and maybe there's some cushion the city can provide to us. I'll go through the slide, and you can stop me and slow me down if it gets too fast, but basically this is the organization of the Office of Law. As sometimes we get questions about who we work for. Well, we work for the City Council. In our form of government, the mayor is part of the council. We get instructions from not only the City Council directly and the mayor, but also direction requests for service, if you will, from all of the departments who we work very closely with. And as you can see there, it's the 5 lawyers, including myself, the city clerk and her team, and the legislative and policy analyst and legal assistant, Ms. Karen Steele. Litigation accomplishments. I'll start there because as an office in the last 4 years, we probably balanced 65% or so of our efforts and the work we do is focused on litigation, which is the primary way we defend the city's corpus of funds from being depleted by litigation and lawsuits. Some of the biggest cases which we've laid out there, we won't go into great detail, show that in the last year we had a payout for a case that was probably about 4 or 5 years old, and at the end of the numerous appeals, we paid out $350,000. In some of the other larger cases that we set out in front of you, you can see the number of the amount of the demand, the dollar demands tipped $75 million. Total payouts. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, we're supposed to ask questions at the end, but it's specific to what you just said. What was that percentage, and what does it mean, the 65% that you mentioned a couple?
It means that it's the amount of time and effort we spend on litigation, going to court.
Okay, the whole department?
Yes.
Focused 65% on court?
Pretty much,
which
yes.
Is a high or a low?
It's I don't know how to compare it. Mm-hmm. I just know that it gives you a sense of where your money is going and how we're spending it from a percentage standpoint. Yeah. If 65% is on litigation, 35 to 40% is on transactional efforts. Yeah. And I can explain what the transactional and some of our accomplishments there.
It would be good to have a comparison with other jurisdictions on that to see if we're more highly litigious. Is that the word? Litigious? Yeah, than others, right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get the from municipalities because no one really kind of keeps a record like that, and we often don't talk about litigation, until we're in closed session, where we could give you some more information on that. I just didn't know if it was a skew percentage, but go on. Sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure.
Okay.
The total payouts were about $440,000 for a total savings from the demands of $75 million, meaning that if we were unsuccessful in any one of those cases, we could have potentially been hit with those kinds of numbers. Very unlikely, but it just kind of gives you a rough shot of what we look at when we open up a legal case and we look at the request or the demand for payment from a potential jury. And 3 cases were settled. And if you see the case, the Bailey case, each of the cases were settled for well under the amount of money that was demanded. What we do, well, we provide legal advice and legal defense. And we have many accomplishments, and I'll just highlight a couple. One, we've successfully started the legal review of the city code and modernization. It's something I talked about since 2019 when I was brought on board. And because of the work with the council, we've seen some meaningful changes. We brought on Cynthia Reuter, who's done a yeoman's job at pulling together some of those updates, if you will, to modernize the city code. We've successfully produced in the last year 16 legal opinions in response to requests, and those opinions were timely responded to on average within 14 days of the request. We have successfully negotiated approximately $1.5 million from the opioids litigation. That settlement money is coming to the city as we speak. We successfully completed the legal and transactional documents related to closing out the Hillman Garage public-private partnership renovation and construction, and that leads also to the work we're doing for City Dock, which started this year and will go into the next year or two as City Dock is completed. Transactional accomplishments and transactional in our office is all the efforts other than litigation or going to court. Transactional includes review and drafting of contractual documents, corporate documents for the city, as well as the permit reviews, intergovernmental documents and MOUs we have with several other jurisdictions. It includes our legal review of 39 procurements, leases, community development documents. We reviewed 89 city grants to third parties, to name a few of those. But one of our biggest accomplishments was our assistance we gave to the administration and the city council in closing out the agreements for the Moores Beach property acquisition, something that we're very happy that we were able to provide our legal attendance to, as well as of course, the Hillman Garage project, which, because of the documents and the way we structured it, put us in good stead for closing out City Dock as well, on time, under budget, and hopefully with a successful kind of presentation at the end of the construction. The city clerk and her legal team, her legal administration team, are very important to the success of the office. The city clerk, as you know, is responsible for numerous activities relating to our legacy documents, related to handling the alcohol licensing, as well as providing numerous activities around the agendas, minutes for the city council, and a few boards and commissions. Additionally, we produce 89 ordinances and resolutions with Regina and her team, as well as Cynthia Reuter. 56 ordinances and resolutions that were adopted, 23 ordinances, resolutions that we drafted were rejected or withdrawn, 34 legislative bills are currently in various stages of drafting. We produced 13 research reports on legislative initiatives from the council and provided numerous legislative summaries and a host of agendas, standing committee agendas for the city council. All we're very proud of that we're able to assist you in this way. And I'll let Regina talk about the elections in a minute. Some of the goals we have for this year, not too different than our previous goals. We think there's a consistent pattern here that makes not only our office stand out in this kind of work, but also improves the efficiency and effectiveness of the council and the administration. One, in the providing of timely legal advice to agencies and city officials, including the city council. Preparing legally sufficient, well-drafted, and error-free legislation. Continue the city code modernization project. successfully represent city and its officials in court and before other quasi-judicial tribunals, properly prepare and maintain legal, legislative, and election records through Regina and her team, and all the documents associated with that in a variety of formats for public use and historic purposes. Provide on-time staff report, support, and well-reasoned legal counsel to all the city boards, commissions, and standing committees of the city council, among others, and most importantly, respond to timely public information requests. The goals, I won't go through those again, but basically, we've been successful in all of our goals, providing legal advice in a timely way, preparing legally sufficient, well-drafted, error-free legislation in a timely way, and you can see our effectiveness in that. Continue the city code modernization. It's a goal. We have an objective. We have benchmarks, but it's really dependent on the city council in where you want to go with respect to keeping that goal going forward. But as you know, every time we get something to draft from the city council, we must go through the rest of the code and make sure the provisions that are amending the code are consistent with everything else. What we found in some of those is grammatical errors, typographical errors, and we've had to repair those. Or we find that there's a newer way or better way of identifying a particular concept. And then we go back to the code and make sure all the concepts are now consistent with the way we see a particular thing, or the way that you see a particular thing. And so we've done that. That's a updating, or if you will, a modernization. Right? Words change over time. They become something different with new definitions, and we want to make sure that those definitions are consistent across the whole city code. And so we present that to you for your review. And anytime we do that, we present that to you. So it'll be an amendment. It may be a technical change, and we present that for you, as you've seen at least 2 or 3 times in the last year. Of course, we represent the city and its officials in litigation. We talked about that at the beginning in the litigation accomplishments. Preparing all the documents, objectives in preparing and providing election records, election results, as well as setting up elections. All those goals have been met. Providing on-time staff support, as you can see, is always something we strive to do with great effectiveness, and we have been greatly effective in that regard. Responding timely to Public Information Act requests. Big issue. We get a lot of requests these days for various sundry documents, some of which we don't control. So if it's us providing the information, if it's electronic in format, generally we can provide that within the 30-day time period. If we're relying on departments that don't have things in electronic format or report to us late or in a delayed fashion, we may miss those marks, but we've only missed it about 5% in the last year. This year we probably missed the timeline about 5% based on some things that are delayed. We have one MPA right now that's going to be past the time of 30 days. And so we'll be just under 100% effectiveness or timeliness of 30 days or less.
Say that again, the last sentence.
We'll probably be this year, we'll probably be just under 100% meeting that goal of 30 days or less, because I know of 2 MPIA requests that we're late on. And then the long-term goals, you can see and read that for yourself, but basically is to eliminate inconsistencies, lack of clarity, and grammatical errors in the city code, as I mentioned, ensure that all records and documents that Regina and her team maintain are well kept and available for the public, and she does a wonderful job of that. Maintain legal executive support to the city council, standing committees, boards and commissions, and that's something that's always ongoing. We'll continue to reduce utilization of high-cost outside contract attorneys, and our budget reflects not only a reduction in that, but also we've maintained the effectiveness of the kind of legal services we can provide to the city. There's been no drop-off, and I think there's been some improvement in that regard. We would like to move to a more suitable space which can accommodate our entire office staff. Right now, we're bursting at the seams. I'm going to hire one additional attorney this year to replace an attorney as a backfill. But I must admit that we have Kaylin at a window and not at a desk, and I'd like to, put her at a desk. We've made plans to reconfigure our conference room, but that means we're going to lose a conference room just to accommodate Kaylin, our council associate, as well as interns that we may bring on this summer. So we've got some space issues, and based on what we've dealt with the auditors who come to the city office, we've had some issues, some security issues, in my view, are ever present because our staff have to go outside of a secure area just to go to the bathroom. And we think that, all of that kind of area should be in a secure area. And you've probably heard that from the city manager and other administration. But for us, we're right there on that first floor, and we have to come out to, go to the vending machine or walk outside. It has been an issue, caused some concern for staff. I'd like to, champion salary bonuses for my team. Our folks have done a yeoman job, really not credited very much for some of the great things we've been able to do. It's always good when we can reward high flyers or high performers. You know who they are, you've talked about them, but they don't always get, not everyone always gets the credit they deserve. We've had some huge wins in cases that have really been great for the city, and it would be good if we could provide individuals additional money through bonuses. And then secure salary increases for the city attorney. I know that I'm probably one of the least salaried folks in the particular position I'm in the state, based on the number of citizens that you have in the city and the kind of work that we've been able to do and the high effectiveness that we've been able to present legal services to the city for. So just long-term goals. Our performance measures, we've successfully completed those, as you can read for yourself. And it just reflects some of the things we talked about with respect to the accomplishments. Now, our budget, we thank the administration for acceding to our requests for the budget. I don't really have any major changes or issues with what's been provided, except in the denials. If you have some questions, we can talk about it, because I think there needs to be some plan as you look forward, maybe next year and future years, to how you deal with some of these things, or how we can work together to manage keeping the costs contained in certain areas. And election budget. I'm going to let Regina talk a little bit about this. Regina, can you see that? You want to talk about it? Basically, what I want her to talk about is what's expected in this fiscal year, and then what's expected next fiscal year, only so that you can get a sense of the things that have to be done and the kind of money that might be expected. But in the next fiscal year, we propose about $49,200, and I'll let her talk about what we need to do work-wise in order to get up to speed and when all this starts. So, Gina, if you could talk about that.
Basically, good morning. Basically, at this point, there's an MOU between the city and the county, and we received a message yesterday that we had to make a formal request to the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections to add the MOU to their next meeting agenda. So that's where we stand right now. Until we receive the MOU, we really won't have the meat of what the city's responsible for and what the county's willing to do for us. So we are at that process right now. We are working on our 2025 municipal election website. We've been working on that at the back end with Anna and Kaylin and I. And we also have our approved election calendar that's ready to go up on the website. So we're doing all the back end work that we can do right now until we get our MOU approved.
Talk about the salaries.
Oh, and we do need an additional person for the elections, and we were hoping that that person could start on July 1st, because the election office opens on July the 29th. And when we have meetings with the county, typically if we have an MOU with them, our meetings with them are typically at the county. So we need to have that person to make sure that they are available for customer service reasons and to cover the office, because typically everybody in the office has meetings during the day, like Caitlin has standing committees and Cindy has her alcoholic beverage people. And then we kind of manage the work sessions, and we just need a body to make sure that we meet the customer service needs of the citizens.
Okay, and you got some contractual services for $3,000 and supplies for $3,000. Explain what that's for.
Well, technically, I don't do anything with the payment of the bills. They just come to my office and I give them to Karen. So I don't know
What's
any
it
of the details
what's
of
it
the money
for?
man. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't know the meat.
Do
I'm
we
the
have
paper mover.
bulk mail supplies?
Yeah.
Yeah, we consider that when we have a staff person that's coming on, and this person will be part-time, that person needs postage, and there'll be bulk mailers out to the citizens about dates, as well as pens, paper, copier expenses related to the additional services that this individual is providing. So it's really associated with the part-time staffer that'll come on this year, and that's why you see the additional funds in contractual services and supplies. And I'll take your questions.
Go ahead, Alderman O'Neill. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to double check, looking at the election budget requests, contract services, FY '24 was 29.5, but projected is 1,075 and proposed is 3,000. Is that missing numbers, or is that the correct? It's going to go from 29,000 to 3,000?
Well, we thought we would have a special election this year, and so we put funds in for council members who have indicated a desire to move on, at least as far as we know and been told. So in that regard, we put in some additional money just in case a special election would be needed this year.
Okay. So then when it's not needed for FY '25?
Well, FY25 starts July 1, so it depends.
Okay.
Can I just say?
Yes.
That in August the 4th of 2024, any council member who wishes to leave the council, at that point, the city's Democratic Central Committee would fill their spot. So as long as nobody from the council resigns before August the 4th, we will not need funds for a special election.
Okay. So in the '25 election budget request, keeping the 3,000 is, we don't need more than 3,000 in contractual services,
No.
supplies, and other.
No, contractual services really postage, bulk permits. That's where it's put.
Okay.
Because if you did a special election, you have to notify everyone that there was a special election that goes to everyone's house. So we have to some level of postage services related to that, as well as printing.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Unlike other departments, and I'm not saying this as an avenue to, add staff or anything, but I look at this and say, how do you prioritize every morning what you're going to do? I mean, it just seems like in a private law office, you have billing hours and you know that you're, getting money for that, and you're not getting any money from the litigation. You get the staff personally. So you have litigation. I'm just concerned about the staff extenuation where you have to attend every commission meeting or committee meeting. You have the ongoing paperwork stuff. I understand your mission statement, but what is your focus every day? Like, what do you do when you wake up in the morning to your department and say, okay, we need to focus on this, this, and this with this much money? And what keeps you awake at night on where you can't accomplish that?
Yeah, the biggest way that we manage the office is through appropriate training and calendaring. We start with the training, so every attorney knows and every staff person knows what they have to do for the day, the week, or the month. I am secondarily associated with that calendaring because I know what everybody does, why they do it, and when it's supposed to be done. I provide and give out all assignments, and I attend many of the boards and commission meetings myself as either the primary legal advisor or secondary. Prioritize, we start with the things that have deadlines, and for litigation, those things are calendared, and Karen does a very good job of keeping us all straight with court dates that must be met. Municipal infractions, we've had over 400 of those in the last year, probably get to 1,000 this year. Because, and when those municipal infractions come, they have to be filed with the court, and there are many, many dates.
What are those infractions? Are they mostly parking or?
Well, mostly this year, the municipal infractions are driven by HACA inspections.
Okay, yeah.
We probably had 400 just HACA inspections, HACA tickets written, just on HACA this year, as well as reliable contracting had a number. And so we've worked with both of those entities as well as the courts to kind of work out some of these things so that they don't turn into kind of unwieldy litigation, and we've resolved many of those. But they're also related to situations with boats in the harbor. That tends to be a big issue these days for municipal infractions. We've had some issues with lawn care for some of your neighbors, and people keeping their grass cut for safety reasons, as well as some properties that have fallen into disrepair and need to be demolished. But the lion's share of the municipal infractions right now are driven by rental unit inspections.
One thing in learning the other day or yesterday was that we are hiring, if I'm not correct, a pedestrian safety position, right? And that is,
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. Are you referring to the position going into the Department of Transportation?
yeah, the pedestrian, isn't there a pedestrian?
It's oriented towards enhancing pedestrian and cycling access to our
But not
community.
safety to address.
It would be hand in glove as
Yeah.
a cyclist. That's important, but it's not primarily that function.
Alderwoman Finlayson is going to expand on my question, and then I just want to go back and ask about the opioid settlement.
So just wanted to make sure I finished my point on the prioritizing work. We start with things that would cost the city money or delay us in meeting a particular deadline that's coming from an external source. Say, for instance, we have a construction document or a bond permit or something like that transactional that needs to be done immediately. Cars Beach, we had a date in which we needed to resolve the contracts in order to get the grant funds from the state, and there was a deadline attached to it to go to closing. So that's how we prioritize. Those things are important. They go first, but everything's calendared, and I'm aware of everything that everybody's doing and kind of keep my hands on all that work.
And you've also curtailed, for lack of a better word, overtime. I know that you're pretty not rigid. Is he raising his hand? I don't know. But you've been conscious of your staff not having to work as much overtime as before. At least I noticed that.
Well, yeah,
a goal.
generally the salaried employees
I know.
have to work whenever they have to work. Like I was in here Saturday and Sunday this week, but the employees that are civil service and have overtime, we try to reduce that, or we try to accommodate their need to take leave in other situations where, for lack of a better word, we've comped that time. But we try to manage it so that everybody has the time they need to do the work that they need to do, but we're not keeping them too late without some kind of reward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is a follow-up, and it's about your division of labor. And I thought that that's where the chair was going with her question to you. So what is the division of labor amongst the attorneys in your department?
Okay, so there are 5 of us. We have all the lawyers do all the work, right? Except for one who focuses mostly on the transactional activities. But I like to make sure that everyone has a certain number of departments that they advise and a certain number of boards and commissions that they either advise or appear in front of. And we even that out. So everyone handles a few departments and a few boards and commissions, even myself. And so that's the first way. Additionally, the litigation that's associated with that or the transactional activities associated with each department, the attorney will handle that as well. And that's really kind of how we divvy it up. So if, say, a department, public works, a bus gets in an accident, the attorney that is the advisor for the Department of Transportation will handle the litigation and will also handle any grants and transactional documents that come from the Department of Transportation. So that's how we do it.
I think it might be helpful if we knew what attorneys are assigned to each department so that our questions can be directed to the person that's responsible.
Well, I have a list that I can provide you today, but if you have questions today, I know everything that everybody's doing, and I'm the first or the second attorney on all work anyway, so you can always ask me as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
we do
good
have a
to-
list I can
good to-
provide.
Good to know. We know things like Ms. Leonard does contracts, for the most part, probably not exclusively, because I know she does PIA requests also. So that's the kind of thing I was looking for some guidance on.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that with respect to PIAs now, what we've tried to do was make sure that we spread some of that work that Ashley was doing 100% out to other attorneys, again, based on the department. So if there's a PIA that comes in the Department of Transportation, the attorney that's handling Department of Transportation advice would know best who's in charge of what documents. And we find that that's a better way of making sure that the PIAs get done. And other attorneys like Ashley with more experience, of course, assist where needed. But the attorney that advises that particular department, board, or commission is driving all the work related to that department, litigation and transactions.
I think the key for us, or at least for me, is knowing, who is responsible for what.
Well, I will say this, and I don't take it lightly. I'm responsible for everything.
I know.
And so you can always ask me, and I feel that, well, the way I've organized the advice, the city council is my agency, right? So if you have a question, you can always start with me. Of course, if we get to a level of detail on a particular matter that I can answer, the attorney that advises that department, board or commission, is always available to you. But I'll provide that list to you right after this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Page 5, 42 employment agreements, and that timeline is for our fiscal year, July 1 through today. And it said 42 employment agreements. What does that mean? We only have 4 negotiated agreements. So what are the other 38 agreements that you're working with?
Yeah, 2 years ago, the council passed legislation that provided that individuals could work for the city, provided that individuals could work for the city without being full-time staff. They would come in as independent contractors on what we call employment agreements. That was the legislation that you passed. And it provides that anyone who works not in a fully employed, full-time, or a civil service or a salaried or an exempt employee would be by contract. And so we call those contracts employment agreements because they're doing work where there's some level of supervision by a particular department, but they're technically not getting the benefits that a full-time exempt or waged employee would get.
Okay, and maybe I read that wrong because it says employment agreement.
Well, that's the term that the legislation used.
So, okay, and that does include the employee, the union negotiations or not?
No, the union agreement is a collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
So when you see the term employment agreement, it's referring to the legislative definition that the council set out when it voted for this type of employee. Technically, in a balance, they're a mix of employee versus a contractor. But we haven't brought them on to get the full level of benefits. Those will be negotiated by the particular contracted person.
And thank you for reminding us of what we do, because, it's a lot.
Yeah, I do.
Next question about space, and maybe this question is for Mr. Malinoff, because we're hearing more and more that we don't have space. So is there a master plan in the works to redesign, redistribute? And before you answer, I am still concerned that we build a beautiful new public works facility and it isn't big enough to house all the public works people. I don't understand that. So is there a plan?
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. The short answer to that is yes. The three specific points. One, there is a master plan that was done. Public Works, in particular Donovan, was the project manager for that. Two, we just recently awarded a procurement to a leasing property company. For the time being, again, Public Works is managing that to address short-term and potentially long-term space needs. Three, we have some money in this year's budget that the Director of Finance can speak to try to address those space needs. And then over the umbrella over top of all of that is the Department of Central Services, which is our intent to kind of bring that in under all of that under that. We have a massive space need throughout the city. And space that's like the space across the street that's still vacant, not ready. We got to talk to the HPC planner to have that done, and so I can just tell stories forever. But we do have a plan, and we'll talk more about it with Central Services as we come before you on Monday.
Okay. Well, I've shared my concern about Public Works facility.
Yes, that is yes, I understand. And you have shared your comments about having administrative staff out there too. And I have given that advice to the new director.
I know nobody wants to give up their view of Main Street. However,
no, but your point is well taken, and I did tell Mr. Vogel.
So they don't mind for real.
Yeah, no, I don't find your comment at all wrong.
Okay, thank you. I know that was kind of off topic. Back to the law department. Last year, I remember you were bringing more legal work into the department.
Yes.
Were you successful in doing that? I'm not seeing an increase in outside services, or did I miss that?
We continue along the path of making sure we retain most, if not all, of the legal work requested. With respect to the additional work that we had last year that won't show up this year, has to do with the outside counsel we brought in to assist us with the public-private partnership agreements and the documents. That's done. We have a great system going forward, and we don't think we need that service anymore. So that's a reduction. We had it, we needed it, and it's over for that effort. This year, we do have the work related to the collective bargaining agreement. We brought in an outside counsel to assist us with that, and they're pretty effective. And by the end of this fiscal year, there shouldn't be a need for that. One of the issues that we constantly run into, where some of these issues get a little clouded with the amount of money in each fiscal year, is sometimes when we get to the close of the year, the law firms don't bill us as timely as they should. So we're getting bills into July, August, September, October for work they did in, March, April, May, and June. So we're trying to work that out with them, but also finances has its hands full because we budget it in the year, but the law firms don't bill us timely enough for the credit, so it looks a little askew. But this year, we should end with the labor and union negotiation legal effort from an outside attorney at June 30. And we shouldn't need any more in that regard. And so for next year, there should be just the money that we planned in a reduced form without the garage negotiation issue and the labor negotiations being concluded, and maybe some follow-on budgets as we end June. So those budgets, that money, invoices will come in July and August.
So can I ask what the terms are? How many years for this negotiated agreement? Do we need an attorney for next year, or is this a multi-year agreement? Or what are we seeking? I know you can't.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. We are discussing with the unions a 2-year agreement.
2 years?
And I would agree with the city attorney that the council that we've retained has been doing a really good job. And I think the idea is to keep that individual on or funded into the next fiscal year. Well, anyway, I'll let somebody who actually knows.
We may be using those services into the early part of the next fiscal year. However, we could also put those services on a purchase order in June to carry us over in case there are some expenses coming for those services for next year. So I would see for the next fiscal year, there'd be no need for additional appropriations for that particular service. However, in fiscal year 26, we'll need another chunk of appropriations to address those needs.
Well, and that was my question. How many, what's the terms of the negotiated agreement? So we can plan ahead.
Yeah,
to
you'll
make sure
be
the
looking.
money's in the budget.
Yeah, you'll be looking for FY26 so that we start the negotiations and be ready for FY27 and beyond.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Opioid money and pharma money. I ran into one of our hired attorneys who represented us in the pharma case, and he mentioned that we had received funds for those lawsuits, or at least that one lawsuit, and I guess it's federal money that the opioid money comes from. So my question is, and maybe this is not for you, maybe it's for Mr. Mallon or for the city manager or the city attorney. Where can we track those monies coming in for those lawsuits?
Well, we received approximately $1.5 million, and that money.
And that's the opioid money, right?
Yes, that's the money from the opioid case settlement. That was taken over. That was taken over by the state toward the end of the litigation, and they distributed the money in accordance with standards that the state set up and voted on at the legislature. But the money has been received by the city.
And the pharma money?
They're not different, ma'am. There's only.
Pardon me?
They're not different.
But is it petroleum?
Pharma is the pharmaceutical companies.
Okay, so it's petroleum. What's the? I don't know the term.
Yeah,
for it.
the case, the climate litigation we're doing against the BP and Chevron, the fossil fuel companies, is still in a still in a preliminary stage. We are in court, and there's no money yet from those cases. We're still very, very early in the litigation. And I can talk more about that at appropriate time if you want.
Okay.
I don't mean to interrupt, Liam. There was, Director Dickinson raised, what were you going to say about the 1.5?
So I would like to say that we have received settlements on 3 or 4 cases, but we're not, if there's $1.5 million, it's coming slowly over several years. So we're getting annual payments from these settlements, and they're not anywhere near $1 million. Looking into what we received the year before, we got $35,000 that we moved into a separate fund for management, and it's funding the opioid program that OEM is managing. And then this year, so far, we've got another 60, 70, 80,000-ish coming in to that fund, and it's being isolated for the opioid programs.
So does it come with those, what's the word I'm looking for when you?
So how do we track to make sure?
It's in
that
a
we
separate
get-
fund in Munis. It's a smaller fund, and they're managing it through projects.
And I understand what you're saying, and you put it in separate funds, and that's great, because now we know that. But my question is, it's a $1.5 million settlement that's supposed to come to the city. How do we, is that the law department who follows up to make sure, because all we've gotten is 100,000 based on what you just said, and it should be 1.5. So who makes sure that we get the rest of the funds that we're supposed to get?
Well, there's a settlement office in the Attorney General's office that distributes the money. When the legislature passed and got the state involved in the settlement for the case, they decided to piecemeal out the money based on the things that we could prove we did. And not all the 1.5 will come out in one lump sum, but it has been identified as our portion of the settlement. It's not going to go anywhere, and we'll get the money over the course of probably 10 years.
But 100,000 out of 1.5 is not even doling out. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just,
I hear you.
so can we reach out to the department who's responsible to say, when is the other 1.4 gonna come in?
The Attorney General's in charge of all of that.
So Ms. Buckland has her hand up.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a hand up.
Everybody's got their hand up. And I also want to know what guardrails there are. I mean, what restrictions are there? Does it have to go to, obviously, it probably has to go to opioid efforts. Okay, first, introduce yourself.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
I'm sorry. For the national opioid settlements, most of it is paid over an 18-year timeline.
There you go.
There's a smaller chunk that's over a 9-year timeline, but it's not like 2 years. It's a long time horizon to pay that out.
So do we know that when we're negotiating? That's kind of a silly question. Do we have any, well, it's a done deal now, but that just seems kind of ridiculous to spread it out. I mean, it's
That's the
their benefit.
Well, we put up a big fight about it as a group of municipal lawyers across the state, because our opioid settlement amounts were basically taken over by the state. The municipalities in the state sued the pharmaceutical companies, and then the state came in and said, you can't get any of the money without it coming to the state first and the state parsing it out. So that's the structure. So it's handled by an office within the Attorney General's office here in Maryland, and they have a system of parsing it out, and 80% of the money that was recovered in the settlement goes to the state, and 20% will be divvied up to the municipalities who were involved in the lawsuits.
I know there was another settlement with HBCUs, and they attempted to dole out the money over a 20, 30-year period of time. And that was revisited and changed those numbers. I don't know why we couldn't do the same thing with the pharma
I
money.
don't know what that is.
What?
HPC.
Historically black colleges. There was a
sorry.
major lawsuit in the state of Maryland against the University of Maryland, and, or maybe just their whole system, and how the state was funding HBCUs, Morgan, Bowie, Coppin State. And so there was a major settlement, a significant settlement. Mr. Miles, you may remember those numbers, or I see Chief Jackson back there counting on his fingers. And they wanted to pay it out over a 30-year period, I think, which was like $10,000 a year, which would do nothing to help build up the HBCUs. And so that settlement was revisited, and the terms changed significantly for the benefit of the HBCUs. So we know that that happens. And I'm not saying that we should definitely do that, but it's an option. And others have done it and done it successfully. So anyway, I've just gone off on that tangent, but we don't know about these things.
No.
So this is the opportunity for us to ask the questions.
Sure.
And so, thank you, but I still have a couple more questions. Past costs, I think this is for Ms. Eldridge. What was the past cost for elections? What did we pay the county to handle our elections? Just a ballpark, I don't need was it 250,000?
No, I think it was like maybe 140, I'm thinking, 139, 140 for a whole city, it's on, a whole citywide election, maybe 140, somewhere around there, I think.
Okay, so we do have a benchmark to look at when we're trying to figure out what it would cost us if we have to have a special election, or what it's going to cost starting July 1 for the next year's election.
And you do have some other considerations, and that is whether or not right now, when we do our elections, they're off-year elections. So the cost may be higher because we're using the county's offices when the county's not even having an election, as opposed to in some jurisdictions that I've been associated with, we'll do ours with the county's election, and then the cost is lower because the county's already doing an election. We're paying for the printing and the training of our judges, but generally you can reduce costs that way. But because it's off year, the county's going to charge us for doing a separate election.
And we've had this discussion, and having our elections along with the county and the state and national elections puts us at the end of the ballot, and greatly, research says, greatly diminishes the participation. Because people are not going to go through all of the state questions and and then go through all the county, and then finally get down to the city. We're last. And we have made that choice, I think, and we can always change our minds, but we made that choice to keep our elections separate so that we can keep our electorate engaged.
And the cost reflects
And the
that.
cost,
Yep.
absolutely. So,
Can I
yes.
just ask though, do we have a special election in this year's budget? I mean, a special election is different than the
Right.
other method.
No,
of
a special
council
election would be a
majorities.
one-ward election unless it was the mayor.
Say that one more time?
A special election would just be for one ward unless the mayor resigned. So that would be about $50,000 too.
And that's in the budget? You've
We-
allowed for
I don't
that?
think we need it.
Right, that's what I'm trying to clarify, that you didn't allow.
No, we didn't budget for that contingency, but we probably would have access to funds and would come back to the council probably for some kind of enhancement of fund transfer to take care of it if it happened. We didn't want to budget based on a suggestion of a resignation without an actual resignation.
Ms. Conley is at the mic.
Katie Conley, Budget Manager. Mr. Lyles is correct for 25. I just want to clarify for 24, but the budget that you're seeing there does include funds for a special election. We did not put that in for 25.
So it's not in.
So it's in the current year's budget. It's
Yeah, 'cause
not in the proposed
Yes.
budget.
That's correct.
Because we thought it was going to happen in this fiscal year.
And just,
We don't need to go here, do we?
No, but that was what my question was about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
In this, that's why it was,
that's why it was up and down. Or-
Yeah.
Yeah, up
it
and then
was
down.
29 and then 3.
Okay.
I have one more question, and that's about page 19, your enhancements. These, I just want to be clear that these are the items that are not included in the mayor's proposed budget.
No, they're
It
not.
says excluded/denied.
Right, they're not
It's
included.
not here. Michael? Okay.
Okay, I just want to be clear that those things have been left out of the mayor's budget.
They have been, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking 150, no, almost 200,000
Correct.
in additional revenue for the law department.
Yes.
And that does include the additional salary for the new staff person that you're hiring. That's the
Well,
last item?
The salary, the salaries down there, 90,000 was for bonuses I was proposing
Oh, okay.
that we provide, which is be a one-time payment to staff members who are high performers. We had gotten last year in the 49,936 enhancements for special assignments. We get from time to time special things that we haven't budgeted for, special assignments that need to be completed. We thought it would be best to have some additional money in there for that. With respect to the contractual services, legal services, I think we can manage the boards and commissions with what we've been given, and I think we can manage the HR union negotiations with what we've been given.
So how does this fit in, and this is a question for Ms. Dickinson, please. How does this fit in with the proposed new salary scale? Or Mr. Malinow?
Michael Malinow, city manager, it doesn't. We have a completely different review that we put together. The Office of Law and all the other departments know about it. They've been engaged. This is a separate proposal by the Office of Law on its own and not supported by the administration.
What did you say? Was supported by the finance, was not supported by
Not
the finance
supported.
director?
Because we hired at an expense to the city an outside agency to review our salaries. They did it based on comps to other communities. I don't disagree that it would be nice to allow departments to have some flexibility, but that was not conceived of in this class and compensation study. And so this is a completely separate idea from a individual department.
I thought the comp and class study was not completed yet.
It's not finalized. It's in the process of having positions reviewed. I'm going to give you a number off the top of my head. There were, I think, the HR director said there were 228 positions separately. And the last time we spoke, she said she's gotten the reviews back of 100 and maybe 80. Each of the directors are reviewing individual positions within their departments and themselves. And so we're very close on that. We have the scale. We have the comparisons between us and the other communities. That was done, I don't know, January, February timeframe, so that it would give Ms. Dickinson, Vicki, and Tricia an opportunity to work on the scales for the negotiations. And that's what we're using for negotiations. In terms of outside bonuses and individual departments having money to do that, that's completely separate.
Do you really think that at this stage in bargaining, you're going to sell to the respective unions a new pay scale?
It would be inappropriate for me at this point because we are very close with two of the bargaining units. But I don't want to bargain in public. So I would say that they were given, received, discussed, and there's one unit that has not been able to meet as much, but not because of our scheduling, I think I've mentioned. That'll be up to them to decide. They've had it, they've reviewed it, they have the data we have.
I hope there's no interest, if they don't agree, that we will impose this, because we legally can't.
I understand the collective bargaining process very well, and our intent is to collectively negotiate. We have a very good attorney, also law retained. They have counsel who sits in all the negotiations. We have a pretty seasoned team of myself and Tricia and Jody and now Vicki and the people I mentioned. So we're pretty aware of all of that. As Tricia had mentioned, she would have loved to have it completed beforehand, but all of it. But it's not. The element that isn't quite completed is all the reviews of the various classifications, and they are circulating through the different divisions right now. But the idea is to do a scale that is predicated on what we're finding within our region as a comparison to ours, so that we're providing competitive salaries up and down our organization. And I'm very aware of the points that you've made about the Public Works employees, and in fact, we're meeting with them later this afternoon.
And it's all the employees. I mean, you know, Public Works, it's all the employees.
Correct.
Did the law department have an opportunity to weigh in on increases as all the other directors? You know, the law department's kind of a separate entity because they don't answer to the city manager. He doesn't answer to the city manager. So what opportunity does the law department have to get the same level of information and have input into these decisions?
Well, there was absolutely no controlling element from my office over top of the information. It was shared equally with all departments, and the analysis was done through the Department of Human Resources. So the same as everyone else, I would
So the
say.
law department is included in that?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, and the city attorney and their staff are all being reviewed, and there are scales being proposed for
Yes.
all of them.
And I can say confidently that I was briefed and was asked my opinion about various things relating to it, as well as providing job descriptions, changes in job descriptions for my folks. Yep.
I just feel like this is a foregone conclusion that we're going to move to this new salary scale without all the pieces being put into place prior to. It's in the mayor's budget as if it's existing, you know, like other things. You know, central services is in there, like that decision has been made. And we may support them and we may not, but I just don't like the optics that we're just assuming that everybody has agreed and we're going to move forward and everybody's going to be happy about this.
And that's well received. We don't assume that at all, because we have to propose something for the budget, and that was discussed, what we would propose, what we wouldn't. And the unions have every right to negotiate as they see fit. And we may or may not come to an agreement. I think we're pretty close on two.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, I think I've asked all of my questions. Mr. Lyles and your team, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm just going to expand on that, and I'm going to ask just a very transparent question to the city manager, and then also a second one to the city attorney. Let me know if you can't speak to it. When you review enhancements, and this is a case where I think the measurement of your performance measures may have hurt you because it seems like you're meeting them. But my question to the city manager is, when you review these enhancement requests, do you look at performance measures and say, okay, they do need this stuff to meet this performance measure? I mean, ideally, I know I'm being an idealistic here, but that's the goal. You know, that would be the justification for added staff. We can't perform our jobs. And so I'm assuming then that you looked at this and said, you know, they don't need this because they're meeting their goals.
Michael Malinoff, city manager. Well, Ms. Buckland in part was hired because of her background in doing performance measurements, and she sits in our office and has been working with the different departments on trying to assemble that information, and we rely on her input as well as our own subjective analysis of what the departments are doing or not doing. All the departments, I think there's a bit of a misnomer on who presents. The budget isn't the city manager's budget.
I got it. Okay.
That's the reality.
That's the reality.
Thank you for being so honest.
Well, it's, no, I'm involved in it. I'm
understand.
involved in it with everyone, and I'm a very collaborative manager. I rarely, if ever, will just say, this is the way it's going to be, period,
I
end of
understand that. Right.
note. But I will say, in the Office of Law's standpoint, they've been informative on what's going on and what their needs are. And I believe our view on that is we will, that yes, they're performing at a high level and they're able to meet the needs. And if there are additional needs for outside counsel, that we would, with the finance department's help, find the funding for that as it comes along. And that the structure of the department was designed more towards more in-house, but we recognize the need for the, for example, collective bargaining. That was an attorney, a firm I was aware of that we had used previously, not this attorney, but that firm, and the city attorney interviewed and hired, and we supported it. So that's a slightly different way of approaching it, which is as it's needed, the finance director would find the funds and propose it as necessary, not to restrain them at all, because we work very closely with them.
Well, I think I'd like to see a recovery plan in a way, because I thought it was very astute of the law department to say, look, we got a gigunda job coming up at City Dock. We've never done anything like that before. We're asking for $50,000 there'll be Board of Appeals meetings and all that stuff. So if you're not getting this money, what are you going to do? You're just going to work overtime, right? Is that what happens?
Well, the plan for the budget was to ensure that we manage outside counsel in a way so as to reduce the number of hours. One of the things that we didn't plan for in the previous year was that some of the commissions and boards, mainly Board of Appeals or Planning Commission, needed to get a big project done. And so the money just wasn't in our budget. And so we had to use other money. And so it put us kind of behind. So I was asking for funds just in case something like that happened again. And it could be that issues with City Dock shouldn't be, but if it happens and there are appeals, then the Planning Commission may need more legal hours. The Planning Commission in the Providence Point matter, they were having 2 and 3 meetings a month, and the lawyers needed to be there, as well as we got an appeal of one of the decisions that went to the circuit court. The decision got remanded, and then we had to do almost a new brief from the Planning Commission, a new order, and that took additional hours and more time. So I was just surmising that our budget should include a certain amount in case something like that happens again.
Right.
Because we just don't know, and I was just kind of looking broadly at not being surprised and not having to rush around and get additional funds. You spend a lot of time on commissions. But we're going to do a training of the planning, all the boards and commissions this Saturday from 9 to about 4:30. So that training should also help us reduce the amount of legal costs, because the planning commissions, the boards, Board of Appeals, and all those boards and commissions that need outside lawyers can run more effectively and more efficiently, and hopefully keep down the amount of legal advice that they need from outside counsel.
Sorry, my fault running over, but one last question. This was a transparency one. How much time do you spend on HACA?
Well, we've got two large.
Percentage-wise of your attorney's time, or what's?
Well, we're probably spend about 30% of our day, at least the litigators. Me and Joelle are leads on that. We probably spend 30% of our day on the 2 major federal cases that involve HACA. Between myself and Karen and Joelle and our former attorney, we were doing the municipal infractions, so that took up a lot of time. So I would say probably about 20 to 30% of our day is just spent thinking about litigating, filing motions, responding to issues related to HACA.
Okay. Sorry to hog the time. Let's try to wrap it up by 11 of Alderwoman O'Neill and Alderman Arnett have questions. Sorry.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. On the management of 6 leases on, I think it goes back to that page 5, 6. Can you tell me what those leases are?
The leases, when we say management leases, we've got a Market Square lease, which has a lot of twists and turns. Information has to be retrieved. We have leases for other properties that are leased from the city to others. And I'm not quite sure all of the different properties, but yeah, there's several different kind of city properties that we lease to others. And we have to kind of manage and make sure. I'll give you one. It's not Cars Beach, it's the
Maritime Museum.
Maritime Museum is one. And then the museum where the crab is.
Oh.
That the crab facility is on city leased property. And we spend a lot of time dealing with and managing the twists and turns related to management of that property for the city. But we negotiate those leases. We make amendments to the leases. Sometimes we litigate over what the terms mean, or we are in negotiations. But that's three that come to mind.
Okay. And of those, is it particularly one attorney that handles all of those? I know that there's been a lot of public questions, especially about the Market House lease recently.
Well, let me say this, that even if one attorney is assigned, I'm always assigned to everything. So there are at least two attorneys assigned to every item in our services. So, and sometimes three lawyers will be on any one thing. But I'm always on everything. The other lease is the lease of the Stevens Building over here for $1 a year for 90 years.
What?
Yeah, the Stevens Building, the city owns part of the land that used to be a rib restaurant is on. And the lease was, I think it's $1 a year for 99 years.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
You mean where Stevens Hardware used to be?
Yes, it was a rib place just recently. It's closed now, but
Right.
that's a lease. That's city property. Is part of that building is on city property.
Oh, okay, maybe I knew that, I don't know.
We should bar ourselves from $1 a year leases for 99.
Yeah, exactly. And then my other question was about, oh, I totally lost it. Never mind.
Over there?
No, that's the one that I was just asking about, the city leases. Oh, traffic court.
We don't
Is
handle.
there one particular attorney that handles traffic?
We don't handle traffic, because traffic, if it's a ticket given for moving violations, those are police and that state's attorney. If it's parking related, that's handled by the parking vendor, Premium Plus.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Arnett, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, thank you for Cynthia Reuter, and I'll miss Tripp.
Yes, indeed.
So also congratulations on the 75 million suit dismissal. But as you mentioned, we have a couple of other biggies.
Yep.
It used to be that we got quarterly or at least relatively frequent briefings in closed session about pending cases and so forth. And I would, for one, really submit it would be helpful for us to get an update like that on a fairly regular basis. It helps us know what you're doing, but it also helps us when we think about your budget. So
Yeah, and that's a very good point. We need to work with you on scheduling, because that's really the issue. We get displaced. We ask for a time, we get on the schedule, and then we get bumped for other important items. So we need your help in deciding when and where, and that nothing else will bump us off the list. We've done that probably once or twice this year where we wanted to make presentations. And we remember the one where we started with the training presentation, which was the early part of the last fiscal year. We had to end that presentation short because I think the council wanted to hear something about another item. So we never got back to that. And those updates include the kind of overviews we give of what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah. But we're always ready to do that anytime.
we're all a team, and it's good to hear, particularly when we have successes from You're part of the team.
Yes, sir.
I only have one other question, and that's with regard to your goal 3, and it has to do with the code modernization. To me, this has two aspects. One is to make us in conformance with the Maryland Code Guide, or whatever we call it, which is something that I don't think we've ever been briefed on, and we would help us if we knew what this standard is that you're adhering to, because you have time to do that for us. So, but the other thing is how requests are coming for this code modernization. It is made, and by you, abundantly clear that we are the legislative branch of government. I still don't find branches of government defined in the code, but we'll set that aside. So it would seem that requests for modernization would come from us. And I'm thinking particularly of the now recently withdrawn adequate public facilities legislation, which is something that I have been involved in my entire time on the council. But it was a mystery to me how that request got generated. There was really no sharing with the council about what was in there. A draft that I saw when Director Nash was still here looked like it was very different from what I would be requesting legislatively. For me, adequate public facilities is that upper bound that keeps us from becoming overdense, and particularly with the thrust of what's coming up with the comprehensive plan, I think we need good, adequate public facilities now more than ever. Ironically, it was the last words between Teresa Sutherland and I where we agreed that the APF legislation, and particularly traffic, needed some upgrading, and I took full responsibility because I was co-sponsor of all the legislation. But I really would like to have at some point, maybe when we have a work session with the Office of Law, a discussion about this modernization of the code. What are the goals and objectives specifically? How are we as a legislative body involved in that? So I'm making a request as one of the 8 legislators that we be more closely integrated with these modernization plans.
Sure.
Nice, short answer. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Two things, and is there any way for you to ascertain how much overtime your exempt attorneys are spending? Any sort of idea there to evaluate? I know the city manager doesn't like us to look at enhancements that are not in your budget, but I really want to look at these more closely and to evaluate. I just need to know how much time, overtime, for lack of a better word, hours that your attorneys are spending. Do you know what I'm asking? To evaluate this fairly?
We probably, all of the.
And you don't have to answer me now. You can go back and look at it. I think Karen knows.
I kind of know what's going on. The litigation is what's taking up most of the time. And so we're doing briefs and appellate motions, appellate briefs and legal motions. Most of that is, I think all of our attorneys on the litigation side are probably spending about 60 hours a week.
Yeah, I know they don't get overtime. I just want to know.
Yeah, it's about 50 to 60 hours a week.
Okay, bingo, bango.
So if the average time we're a 35-hour work week, we probably put in an additional 10 to 15, 20 hours a week.
That's what I wanted to know. And then last but not least, Karen, do you have anything to offer? Are you running? You're running the ship there. Do you have anything to say, or everything good?
I'm just paying the bills as they come to me.
Okay.
The timeliness of bills is an issue.
It is, okay.
Because sometimes the forecasted predictions don't seem as accurate to me because something may not have been paid yet. We may get a bill for $50,000, and that may not be included in the actual cost because it hasn't been received or processed yet.
Okay.
So,
is there anything we can do to help you with that?
I don't think so, thank you. We just need to get the bills timely and we need to get them processed.
Okay.
So.
I see our assistant city manager nodding her head, so good. All right, well, with that, thank you. We stayed a little bit over. I apologize to the audience. We have gifts to bear. We don't throw them anymore because
Thank you so
we embarrass
much.
ourselves, and thank you
Madam
for your
Chair.
service. Thank you for your time. Yeah, we don't want a lawsuit throwing things at you. Yeah, so 2-minute break? Yeah. We're gonna just take, we're just taking a break. We'll reconvene at 11:05? 11:05. Mayor's office. Okay, we're live. Okay, so this segment is brought to you by granola bars. Since I see a lot of department heads here, and we're going to send out something to all of the department heads. I haven't told you this, it was Kaylin and I, but we have questions that we have not gotten to, or my colleagues who can't get here have asked questions. The best way that we can do this is we're going to give all of the department heads access to a worksheet, a Google Doc. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kaylin. It's very colorful. It's by department, and my colleagues are posting their questions on there that we did not get to. Specifically, Alderman Savage has done a very thorough job. And so we will have those questions, and it will be always available to you until the end of our deliberations to put your answers, so that, number one, it's a public document, and number two, it answers a lot of questions, and then we all have the same worksheet. So Kaylin will be issuing that either tonight or tomorrow with the same, what, huh? Oh, she already did. She already did. She spoils. Okay.
Tell us how to put our questions into that document?
Yes. No, you send your questions to Ellen.
No, we're not doing it that way anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So you ask them the way you want them answered. It just got a little crazy. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just you'll have access to the document and you type. All right, sorry. So we have the mayor's office, and we're going to allow at least an hour. So if you would introduce yourself, your team, anyone else you'd like to introduce in the audience, and you can get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kate Pettit, Chief of Staff to Mayor Buckley. Good morning, everyone. I have with me today members of the Mayor's Office team. We're going to be reporting on some of their roles, functions, achievements and planning in the year ahead, and some of the things they've delivered in the past year. So to my right, I'll allow him to introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Adetola Ajayi, and I'm the African American Community Service Specialist for the Mayor's Office.
Good morning. I don't need the mic. I can speak so loud, but I'm Rocio Ramirez Smith. I work as an admin with the Mayor's Office.
Thank you.
We have also with us Mitchell Stevenson, our PIO. She'll come up and join us a little later in the presentation.
Okay.
Oh, and I also, a very important, Corinne Makel, who is coordinator, community services coordinator for our neighbourhood programs in the No Harm Violence Prevention program, which we'll be speaking about. So we'll dive right in. The vision that guides the Mayor's Office team is a well-served, sustainable, resilient, equitable and connected city where everyone knows they are valued and have a voice. That was a theme we spoke to in the Mayor's State of the City speech this year, and represents the values and the vision that we are all working towards. Our mission is to support the Mayor as Chief Executive of the City, who is responsible for the delivery of municipal services by departments, boards, commissions and committees, according to the vision mandated by voters in the election of the Mayor and City Council. Our team. So the Mayor's Office currently consists of 7 full-time staff, including me, and 2 temporary part-time staff members. We are all primarily office-based, although we do work out in the field as required. Our field-based community engagement teams consist of 2 temporary part-time staff members and 1 contractual part-time staff member. So the 2 temporary part-time staff work in the No Harm program, and the NAM substance abuse disorder prevention program is the contracted part-time staff member. NAM is not funded through the Mayor's Office. It is planned and delivered and managed through the Mayor's Office, but it is funded through the Opioid Intervention Grant managed by OEM, and we are part of the overall opioid prevention teams that work across fire, Office of Emergency Management, and our team. Is that everybody in the opioid team? And APD have a component of that program as well. You can see our org chart, and I want to apologise for my oversight in not getting our 2 part-time office-based staff there. The assistant PIO is part-time temporary staff member working 20 to 25 hours a week, supporting our communication and public information outreach. We also have an assistant ombudsman with a brief to deliver on equity, and her role is to help us deliver constituent services and identify equity barriers to those services. I want to point out here that a very important person in our team is our admin person, Rocio, who introduced herself. And you'll see on our org chart that Rocio doesn't just provide admin services to me, the Mayor, and our team. She also provides those admin services to the City Manager's Office and the Office of Community Services. So she is a true star and superstar and wonder kid, and she's working for a lot of different people and doing it to an incredible and amazing level. And I just wanted to acknowledge that because she's been managing financial reporting for the Office of Community Services and their grants program. She's been helping coordinate with the city manager and his team. And she works, she helps me manage the Mayor's schedule, the Mayor's email, and she supports all our team members day to day. So I would like to say that I think recruiting Rocio was one of my star achievements in the previous year, and just acknowledge that she's a real superstar that we all rely on.
Thank you so much. We have a quick question.
Thank you. Where is Rocio on this chart? Is she the admin?
She is the admin, yes.
Okay, can you tell me, and I'm asking Kaylin, trying to identify all of these people, who is the community engagement person?
So the community engagement person, so if you're referring to community engagement, that is currently the title for Will Rowell. His full title is Community Engagement Specialist, and I believe that is reflected in the table in the budget book.
And the Special Projects and Liaison?
That is Brian Kaylin.
Brian Callahan?
Yes.
And No Harm Youth Services doesn't answer to anybody. Who is that?
Sorry, again, I'm going to apologise for my mistake. That is answering to our African American liaison, which is Adetola. And so the No Harm program has 2 part-time temporary staff members. The youth services is Lavelle Offer, and the community services is Corinne Makel.
So we have 2 part-time?
2, yes.
Out of the 3 that are listed there?
Yes. Okay. The NAM coordinator is also part-time contracted staff person. That's Tiona Hayes.
Okay.
And she works on she delivers the substance abuse disorder prevention.
Okay, great.
I'm happy to provide an updated chart for you all after this with the names there, if that's helpful too.
But we're good. We can draw a line.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to talk about our goals, but as I was working on this, I also kind of wanted to align it to some functions, because I know this was a question last year, and I kind of wanted to clarify how we delineate the functions of the Mayor's Office and how those meet the goals of the Mayor's Office. I could have put goals first, but I kind of listed out the functions that we all support and then how they align to delivering our goals. So primary function is to communicate and coordinate with the city manager and city departments to facilitate service program and project delivery in line with the Mayor and Council vision. So one example of a way we do that is one of our premier projects, the City Park and Resilience Project. And the Mayor's Office team play a number of roles in coordinating that. We liaise with departments and the project team. We help coordinate meetings and schedule those. We work to ensure stakeholders are engaged and informed. We deliver communication. A new website has been set up in the past year. We have a new newsletter about the City Doc project so residents can keep updated. And we we deliver most of the public events for the project. So that's just one example of a project that we help coordinate across departments, the city manager's team and the project team. Another function is to deliver public information on city operations, services, projects, events, and emergency. The goal is to ensure residents have the information they need to understand regulations, policies, and projects, how to access services, and how to respond in emergencies. Some examples of the public information programs. I know you're all well aware of some of these things, but we supported the Polco Community Survey with a communication strategy to make sure residents were informed and able to participate. We coordinate information around the holiday parking program. That's just one example of a seasonal program that we support and get the information out. And snow and flooding events are, emergencies that we're engaged with and work with other departments, obviously with OEM very closely on communicating about those emergencies. Another function is to provide constituent services and act as a city ombudsman. We do that to ensure residents can access city services, meet their obligations, provide feedback, which is important, and effectively resolve issues, questions, and disputes. An example of one way we do that, and it's something probably that our team get involved with at least a couple of times a month, and that I get involved with probably every few weeks, is to do with the more complex cases where a resident, a business has really had trouble navigating the city processes, and they reach out. Typically the mayor's office is the place of last resort when you're really desperate. And one example is we had a business last year who were doing major renovations across multiple properties near downtown. And it was a complex process for the permitting, planning and approvals, because every one of those properties had a different landlord, and they were fitting out across these multiple properties. And because of the complexity of their fit out and the scale of it and all of those sort of legal issues, their process kept getting delayed and slowed down. And I and the Ombudsman were involved in reaching out to planning and zoning. We facilitate a meeting on location in the field to bring everyone together. And typically that's the role we play. We just try to bring everyone together and we do kind of try and encourage creativity and flexibility in working towards solutions. And I would like to acknowledge that Director Jakubiak was involved in that particular case and has been a real an amazing partner in helping us resolve some of these issues. So that's just one example of how we deliver that kind of service. Another function is to facilitate community engagement and representation through active liaison and community programming. And we do that to ensure all residents are represented and can access opportunities and participate actively and contribute to city and community affairs. This relates to a lot of the work that Tola leads as our African American community engagement liaison. And some examples of what we've done in the last year are the State of Black Annapolis series that we deliver in February for Black History Month. We had 4 very well-attended events at the Bush Library in February that focused on a range of different issues each week. There was an arts focus one week, a youth focus another, a business focus another. We deliver community festivals, including the African Diaspora Festival. We get involved in parades and other important anniversary celebrations, such as Juneteenth. And another kind of program, which was an innovation last year, was the team developed a summer pop-up resource fair. And that was a series of 8 resource fairs that went to locations around the city. So we kind of went into the community and we worked with multiple partners, including Anne Arundel County, our own internal partners, APD, OCS, and other community agencies to provide information, resources, connect residents to services. So that is another example of how we are working actively on active community engagement as part of help us to achieve that goal. The last function I've listed here is to provide liaison and communication services to intra and intergovernmental partners. So intra, I'm referring to obviously across the city. We try to provide assistance to the council as needed. We work with departments and try to bring those conversations together when it's important. We work closely with intergovernment partners, particularly on bigger projects, and we do all of that to promote understanding, cooperation, policy coordination, and to engage support and resources that advance City of Annapolis projects and goals. So one example of that is the annual state budget request letter that we send to the governor. I lead that particular initiative, working with closely with the city manager and the mayor to identify priorities. We then take it out to department heads for their input. Then we engaged with the state delegation and met with them and engaged their input and advice. And one of the things they told us last year was that because it was such a tight fiscal environment for the state, we should limit our asks to 3 this year. So our asks this year were for the state, for the governor to deliver the final $3 million promised for the City Dock project, to provide a matching $1 million to support the CNI project, to match funding that is in this year's city budget. That funding is seen as crucial to ensuring we have a developer. It's part of a package that includes additional land and fast-track permitting processes. And the final ask that this year was a matching $500,000 for the Connecting Communities projects, which is our trails, pedestrian networks, and so on. That includes things like the West-East Express, the College Creek Connector. We were successful in 2 out of 3 of those asks. The first one, the matching $3 million, was in the governor's budget, and on the second, matching $1 million for CNI, our state delegation secured that for us in the final state budget, for which we're very grateful. So that's just one example of how we do some of that intergovernmental work. We worked on the joint study tour to the Netherlands last year, and we have supported council-led community events when we're asked to do so. And please do feel free to ask us to do that, because events are kind of one of the big focus for us in how we work. We'll get Mitchell to come up at this point. I've referenced some of these already. I'll just go as quickly through. So some of the accomplishments in the past year. We've delivered 11 showcase events, including the opening of the Hillman Garage. That technically was in the previous year, but that was prior to the last time I appeared before you, and I wanted to acknowledge that. The City Dock Park design and communication launch, which happened at the Waterfront Hotel last October, the 5-year remembrance of the Capital Gazette shooting, and the More Property Acquisition press conference are examples. And by showcase events, we really mean events that involve intergovernmental partners. We sometimes have federal representatives, state representatives, county representatives. We have former elected officials. We have community leaders. So these are typically complex ones where we have a very broad invitation list. We may have complicated logistics and very high profile. And yeah, we are delivering on average about one a month. They're always a huge team effort to pull those together. I mentioned the community services pop-up tours that involve 17 partner agencies and connected overall with about 800 residents around the city. I mentioned the coordination of the state budget request. We've also implemented the communication rollout for the City Park and Resiliency Project, including that launch event I referenced. Numerous community meetings. We held at very short notice, we held a series of 4 community meetings around the city last November and December to present the park concept design and give residents a chance to see it and give feedback. We've established a new website, a new newsletter on City Dock, and public signage signage. And at this point, I'd like to acknowledge that a lot of that work wouldn't have been possible without the assistant PIO for communication. So we're taking on, and it was one of the reasons that we came with that request last year, because we knew CityDoc was going to be a big piece of our work. So that's really helped us to deliver all those new communication channels. I was involved in the logistic organisation of the council planning retreat. That was a city manager and council joint initiative with the mayor. My role in that was simply to, the mayor had a particular vision to get out of the city, to see some, opportunities of what could be done in waterside development, and to create an experience that brought us together. So my role in that was to actually research the venue, the location, and organise all of those logistics, and I had a lot of support from Rocio in doing that. We led the organisation of the City-County State Study Tour, the joint study tour to the Netherlands last November, to learn more about transportation and mobility and climate resiliency. I know the city manager is going to talk about that. A lot of this shows how we work together, and we have different contributions to these. He, the mayor, and I were very much involved in meeting with the Netherlands partners and planning the tour itinerary, and then our role became the logistical support and organisation of all the travel. We've delivered or assisted in delivering, actively assisted in delivering community festivals that include the Day of the Dead, the African Diaspora Festival, and all the city participation in the floats and parades for Pride, Juneteenth, July 4th, the St. Patrick's Day Parade, and the MLK Junior Parade, Martin Luther King Junior Parade. The Hispanic role, I'm going to talk with the Hispanic Liaison. Day of the Dead and Taco Fest are Hispanic community festivals that celebrate Hispanic culture, obviously for all residents. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Hispanic Liaison work and how we'd like to take that forward in the year ahead when we get to our proposal for the year ahead. I don't want to take too long over these. I believe we could read through them. We're working on a mentoring partnership with Anne Arundel County Schools. We have partnered with County Health on the gun violence interruption program in Eastport Terrace. I'd like to acknowledge Tola. When we began negotiations with the County Health Department 2 years ago, we initially were looking to see if we could get funding to run a violence intervention program in the city. The County Health Department wanted to have a very robust health model for that work. And Tola was the one who did the research and identified Cure Violence Global as a well-established provider of a violence intervention program based on health modelling, treating gun violence as a disease, and how do you stop disease spreading. So that partnership, the county has invested that in Eastport Terrace and Harbour House. I'm not sure if the building's falling down. WASP. Okay. So the county has made that investment. It's a very considerable investment of money and resources into one of our communities of need, and we are actively partnering with them and keeping abreast of that. I'd like to, the summer intern program, which we run again, has been transferred, the operational part of that has been transferred to the HR department, which has been great. It's provided coordination and management of that program in a great way. I would like to acknowledge that our role, we did provide some support to that, but importantly, we planned and provided the intern graduation lunch, which I think was a really important celebration to acknowledge, and we'll be looking to support that again in the year ahead. Ribbon cuttings are part of our business liaison, citations, proclamations, social media, all part of our PIO, communications, outreach. Our two programs, community programs, the NAM program, Naptown Anti-Dope Movement, and I know the names sometimes get confusing. Our substance abuse disorder prevention program has delivered 2 community health fairs.
There it is. Chief? I'm surprised my hairspray isn't killing it. Go ahead.
Yes, so it puts a new spin on community outreach, you know, they want people who come here. The 2 community health fairs, 5 community workshops, 2 community listening sessions, and these outreach efforts have engaged over 230 adults and 100 youth participants. And in addition, we provided around 100 health, housing assistant, employment and training, and other types of referrals. So we connect people to other agencies and services. We celebrated 5 years of the NAM program outreach with an anniversary event in Pip Moyer last year. So that was a very significant milestone. As I mentioned, that program is funded out of the Office of Emergency Management, although it is planned and designed and managed in the Mayor's office. The No Harm Violence Prevention Program, some of the things they've been delivering is 5 field trips to education and training institutions, including a partnership with Bowie State and the Anne Arundel Community College, and 2 career and college expo events outside Annapolis. Over 100 participants in those field trips. 22 of those participants have followed up with applications to programs of learning or training, which is that's a really exciting outcome that we want to see. We want to see people actually following up, pursuing their education, because we think that's a really important part of helping our teenagers escape the cycles of stress, poverty, whatever might be going on in their life to access opportunities and a positive future. We have partnered with programs through Annapolis High and Phoenix Academy. It's a big focus. No Harm is still very much focused in Robinwood community, but the high school reached out to Corinne and wanted to have specific build specific relationships with teenagers in Robinwood. Through that and through Corinne's relationships back into the high school, she's now working with youth specifically at Robinwood, but also more broadly at Annapolis High and also at our 2 middle schools. Because Corinne understands the importance of vision and positive motivation, she was asked by staff at Bates Middle School to run a vision board workshop so that they could learn how to do this with their students. And she successfully applied for an Arts Council grant to deliver a vision board workshop in the Robinwood community that helps participants think and hope for the future and then plan pathways to get there. I want to just quickly highlight our program budgets because they are sort of subsets of the overall Mayor's budget. The NAM budget if this year was $45,500. As I said, that is funded through OEM. And you can see the breakdown of how we use that funding, and that's all managed and coordinated and accounted through OEM, and we get great support from Mary Kay, MK over there. The No Harm Violence Intervention Program was funded was generously funded by the council at $80,000 in FY24. That money has been primarily used to pay the salaries of our 2 part-time community engagement workers with benefits, and then supplies and contract services are part of that. And we've added in that council grant I mentioned. You will see that that all adds up to more than $80,000. And that's where I'd like to acknowledge that over the past year, we have built a partnership as part of Annapolis United. Annapolis United was established as a separate program a couple of years ago and was brought into the Mayor's office last year while some changes were made, and we worked out, how this program could be taken forward to greatest effect. There's a natural alignment in many ways with the public safety goals of Annapolis United and the youth outreach that it had tried to deliver, and the work that the No Harm team is doing. And Annapolis United budget was what allowed us to develop those field trips, which have received have provided opportunities and are receiving such a good uptake. The field trips are expensive mainly because of transportation. To hire a bus is several thousands of dollars each time, so that's why that's a significant cost. I want to talk more about those two programs later as we get into the proposal for next year because of that alignment and where we see that going and what we are proposing in the budget. Our goals for the year ahead. I think it's fair to say that my first year here at the city was a huge learning curve, and I felt like a million things were coming at me at a million miles an hour every day. In the past year, I've begun to have much better understanding of city operations, the detail of that, and that's allowing us to bring a more strategic and coordinated focus to our work. Now, the Mayor's office is a very dynamic environment. Issues and crises emerge at any time. We work for a mayor who is a fount of ideas and often gives us very little notice for those. So we have to be very responsive. We have to work quickly. I want to just mention that I apologise. That's why there was some late editing on this presentation this morning, because we're dealing with another crisis that's occupying a lot of our time at the moment. I won't go into the details on that, but that's the kind of responsive approach we need to have. But at the same time, a goal for me is to try and get us onto a more strategic footage. And so goals for the year ahead are to continue to build cross-team planning. We do that within our own team. We do that with the Office of Community Services. We did establish last year joint regular meetings with the Office of Community Services because community service, outreach to families, to youth, to individuals, often those things overlap, and we bring case referrals back to them, and we try to support each other where appropriate. With the change of staff in the Office of Community Services, we're going to be re-establishing that, and we've already met to sort of plan how we can work together more closely going forward. So working to cross-team planning is an important goal, and to further that in the year ahead. We want to continue to expand our public information outreach and channels to new audience, in particular to youth and to our underserved and underrepresented communities. We've been lucky to recruit an amazing assistant PIO. She works part-time, but she has an amazing resume. She's not here at the moment because she is actually being recognised for work she's done, and I'd like Mitchell to tell us a little bit about that.
So Takia Black, first of all, Mitchell Stevenson, PIO for the City of Annapolis. Takia Blackman is our part-time person, and she's in St. Louis, Missouri right now, getting an award for the work that she's done, particularly for young African-American women and mental health. After she's finished there, she goes to Panama City, Panama, to do a TED-style presentation, and then to Seattle, Washington. So she's out doing that for a couple of weeks, then she'll be back with us. But she's a delight to work with, hard worker, and helping us think through some of these things, particularly adding new social media channels to help us reach youth and underserved communities.
And isn't she doing that with Michelle Obama?
She is. I didn't want to name drop.
So I think we've been very lucky to recruit a talented new staff member there. Takia is a temporary part-time staff member. We know that the City Doc project is one of our big extra additional workloads this year. We know that our youth outreach is becoming more important. So she's here to help us with those goals for as long as we need them, but on a temporary part-time basis so that we have flexibility to adjust as priorities change. We want to continue, in the year ahead, we want to continue to improve constituent issues reporting so that the City Council and departments can use that data to inform planning and service delivery, policy and legislation. The team have prepared a report that that they had wanted to present to the City Council. They've been bumped off the agenda for work sessions, I think many times, like at least 4 times since October last year. So we've asked for a special work session on May 7th. I was hoping that we could get reports to you on all of the new initiatives and programs prior to me presenting today, but it wasn't possible. So we will like to present to you about the constituent services equity piece, which is a new initiative we've been working to progress, and the findings of that. Primarily, I think, if you bear with me, I can just call up some main headlines that will help to indicate the issues we're finding. One of the primary issues we've seen around equity includes concerns about equitable treatment of city staff in enforcement. So we've seen whether there are actual anomalies or perceptions of anomalies. This has been an issue that constituents have reported to us, and one of our recommendations is customer service training and diversity and equity training and inclusion is part of that. So that's an example of one of the issues that our Assistant Ombudsman for Equity has been gathering data on, and some of the report findings that we would like to bring to the council. My goal is to also give you a written report before the work session on these programs. Unfortunately, Hillary, our ombudsman, is out this week dealing with personal issues, so we're just juggling all of those issues to get you that report and present to you. Our goal is to work more closely and strategically with city departments, particularly on programming that we deliver that has obvious overlaps, which include public safety, youth programming, and community support services. I will talk about this more on the next slide, but one of our goals is to develop performance measures for our specially funded service delivery programs, which are the NAM Substance Abuse Disorder Prevention Program and the No Harm Violence Intervention Program. We would like to implement a case management system for our community service programs. That's a thing a goal we can leverage with the city managers team, because this is something that's needed in OCS. Our teams do active case management, and we have to record all of that. And a case management system will help us do that more efficiently and thoroughly. And another goal is to further invest in staff training and development. I would like our team to build out their skills in grants administration, program management, and health service delivery and case management and conflict resolution are some of the issues we have kind of identified as a team that we'd like to develop. So they are some of the things on the table for us in the year ahead. The next slide just talks about the performance of our specially funded areas. So it's not, traditionally the Mayor's Office has not had performance measures as part of the budget in the way other departments do. And I know this question has been raised previously, and Vicky and I are going to work together. We've talked about this, and the intention is to work together to identify where performance measures are appropriate. And I definitely think, my view is they are definitely appropriate in these special funded programs. So that's a goal in the year ahead. Our other teams do have performance targets. They're not recorded in the budget. For example, our constituent services team have a target of responding to all calls and emails within 48 hours and resolving all our simple cases within 72 hours. Complex cases, I believe their target is 2 weeks. We've never established that as a formal reported performance measure. That's an example of one thing I would be working with Vicky and working out what's appropriate to be capturing. Just a note on regarding the current performance of these teams, their delivery and outreach goals have all been met, that they're delivering all of the workshops, events programming that they have in their project plans. They're meeting, the first one, delivery and outreach goals, relates to the number of residents we're reaching through our outreach. So they are connecting with hundreds of residents each year. They're delivering planned events and programs on time and to budget. They have targets for case referrals, the people they're providing assistance with. That's really a target that helps ensure they're actively working with individuals and they're exceeding those referrals. We're receiving positive stakeholder and client feedback on a regular basis. And I don't want to make too much of the last one, and I think Director Simmons will talk about this in his presentation in terms of opioid intervention program. But our incident data generally reflects positive trends, although we know we had a very difficult year last year for crime and violence across the city, and youth crime in particular. And but the data specifically for Romanwood, which has been the centre of our focus, is comparatively better. And I'm not going to claim that that's our program, the work of our program, because numbers in Annapolis are typically small and there's a lot of fluctuation from year to year. But we do, just to let you know, we do look at those trends and we do try to use that data to inform where we're investing our effort. I think the budget changes that we'll be reflecting, and we're not really asking for any additional money in the programs, we're really just realigning some things, but they will help us to do some strategic planning, and specifically I'd like to run a strategic planning workshop, including the development of performance measures for these programs. They'll allow us to support staff training and development, as I mentioned, and they'll help us to extend the program reach across our partner departments and to our target audiences. I want to acknowledge that we have our partner departments here today represented with our department heads and Chief Jackson from APD, Director of Rec and Parks, Ros Johnson. I believe we have Dave Mandel, Assistant Director at OEM, and I believe we have a representative from Fire as well. Captain Edwards, yes, thank you. So they are particularly important when we talk about where we see the future of No Harm and Annapolis United, and I'll get to that very shortly. The next page is a summary of our budget request. We're actually seeing a smaller budget proposed in FY25. That is mainly because there's a proposal to move the Make Your Mark studio across to the new Department of Central Services. Otherwise, a lot of our budget remains unchanged, with just the annual calculated increases for staff benefits, for supplies, cost, the CPI for supplies and so on. The next slide outlines the main changes in our budget from the current year. In relation to salaries, we are looking for a realignment of budget for staff, but no net change to positions and no significant change to our salary bottom line. The changes we have put forward in the budget include removing the Community Engagement Administrator role, which is currently occupied by William Rowell, in order to create a new City Bike Pedestrian Coordinator role, which is envisaged to be currently in the Department of Transportation. The Bike Pedestrian Coordinator is an idea that has floated around for a while because of our work to progress trails, alternative transportation, pedestrian and cycling options across the city. I think it was really cemented on the study tour last year. One of the participants was the county bike and pedestrian planner, Tanya Asman, and we saw the participants, and sadly I didn't get to go, even though I was involved very closely in planning the tour and day-to-day logistical support. But the feedback we've received, I know you've heard, is how, I know we have one of our committee members was on the tour as well. So you don't need me to tell you, but one of the learnings was about building out infrastructure that is safe, that connects across the city, really helps to drive the uptake of cycling and alternative transportation. And that's kind of one of the priorities for the Mayor around meeting resilience and climate goals. So the idea of a bike pedestrian coordinator has really firmed following the study tour. We believe that one of the places it could have most impact is in the Department of Transportation, which is on board with the idea of working towards alternative transportation. They're implementing electric vehicles, changing routes, doing more flexible services. But the biking and pedestrian piece is not really reflected yet in the department thinking and operations. I know that's something they want to build in, and we believe this role can help with that. The reason that William Morrell has been asked by the Mayor to take on that is that this role, initially at least, will have a very strong ambassadorial kind of a role to play. It's about creating awareness, changing a culture and thinking, and doing that through community meetings, through stakeholder engagement, and connecting across the department. Will has some extraordinary talents when it comes to communication, public information. He brings much needed diversity to this area. And so for all of these reasons, the Mayor believes he is a great candidate for this position, and that is the proposed change we're taking forward.
Can I just ask, I know we're
Please.
saving questions, but I don't want to lose this question. Are you saying that that person is being transferred to another department that will support him?
Let me put it the way I best understand it, and I will ask Katie and Jody to weigh in on any budget specifics. The role is to be created in the Department of Transportation.
We saw that, yeah.
Yes, the current role that exists in the Office of the Mayor will go away, and Will is being proposed as the candidate for the new role.
Okay, so deduct Mayor's office, add in transportation.
Yes.
Correct? Katie? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Just want to be clear.
No. And then what we are proposing then is we lose that position, but we are proposing to recreate or reestablish the Hispanic liaison role in the Mayor's office. And the history on that was 2 years ago, our Hispanic liaison officer was moved across to the city manager's team to run the Office of Community Services. And she had been leading Hispanic outreach. There was a decision made at that time not to backfill that position, to sort of just leave that position vacant. So our former manager, our Office of Community Services, essentially took Hispanic liaison with her. She was doing 2 jobs, and she did that in addition to running the office, and her Hispanic outreach team went with her and became part. So she kind of did that as a separate function. It's not formally a function of the Office of Community Services, but we did it, and the Mayor's team supported it. We helped with the outreach. We helped with all the financial management and coordinating events and so on to help her do that. Now that we have a new manager in the Office of Community Services, we think that it's time to revisit recreating this role specifically. We think Hispanic outreach is a vital part of our community engagement. We have an Hispanic outreach navigator who works part-time, and this would simply put in place the former position to lead that work. The budget proposes on, so those are the changes under salaries, but not a great deal of change to the actual salary dollars. The contractual services change is the transfer of Make Your Mark media from the Mayor's office to central services. I think we will probably be engaging in some ongoing discussions about that to ensure that that the studio is able to access what they need, has appropriate management, and is a good fit in that new department. So I know there's a lot of sort of detail to work through with that department, and we want to sort of talk more about how that will work as well. But that's the proposal. The under supplies and others, the biggest change there is that the Annapolis United program, which funding was moved into the Mayor's office last year, as I said, because of changes, that program with public safety goals and a youth focus has a natural alignment with the No Harm program. And in fact, over the past 6 months, the funding for Annapolis United has been used to extend the outreach of the No Harm Violence Interruption program, and particularly to deliver those field trips that connect students to further education and training. So there we see that that's these two, why are two programs existing that are supporting similar goals? And that this becomes a way to have a more strategic, coordinated plan going forward, and to it allows us to sort of broaden out in both ways. We'll have a particular focus around the No Harm youth programming, which will continue, but there are other things we can do with partner agencies who are all involved in Annapolis United. Annapolis United funding has been used this year to support other agencies. For example, some money has been given to the PAL police boxing program. Money is used to fund the live stream with Chief Jackson every 2 weeks, Protect and Serve. So these are the things Annapolis United has been funding the past year, but it also has helped us expand the outreach of No Harm. So we think it makes sense to bring the two together. We are not asking for additional funding, we're just combining the two into one program, and I have a slide on that in one moment. The other impacts on supplies and these are two new additional things that have been included there. The Green Transition Learning and Development Fund is an initiative of the Mayor. It allows just to ensure that there is money for special projects that further our green transition and sustainability goals. So there is money in the budget for that work to progress. And then there's been some money put in to cover the costs of communication outreach on the noise ordinance mailers. And this was a new ordinance, I think, that was passed through the council about 2 months ago, and is going to entail some very targeted communication to resident and probably print communication. And that's why that's a specific cost we've included in the budget. And I'll move on there. That's the summary of the changes this year. I'd like to talk a little bit more about Annapolis United and No Harm going forward in FY25. So the goal is to develop a strategic, broad-based harm minimisation program that unites two existing youth-focused programs with similar engagement and public safety objectives. It would be developed and run in partnership with APD, with Recreation and Parks, the Office of Community Services, and the Office of Emergency Management, and the fire department. I apologise, that's my mistake to not include the fire department. I'm going to be upfront and acknowledge that the thinking on this is still high level. We've had conversations with all the departments, and everyone has ideas to bring to the table around how we can take this work forward together. We do need to have a planning workshop together soon to flesh out the program, and my goal would be to have that program outlined to present in more detail on May the 7th at the work session. But the components that we propose taking forward is to continue with the No Harm VIP program. The word options is included there because that's how we've been talking about the youth-focused outreach. So No Harm began as a Robin Wood-focused program. It's expanded into youth programming and particular engagement at the Annapolis High School. for a range of reasons, both because of outreach from the high school, but also in response to the youth violence we saw in the city last year. And the mayor convened, I think it was in October last year, an educational roundtable summit here at City Hall. We had the superintendent of public schools, we had other members of the Board of Education, we had staff and social worker and support staff from the middle schools and the high school, and we had a number of other community organisations represented. One of the big things that was identified as the result of that was the gaps in programming, in connection with youth who are at risk across the city because of a range of factors. What do we do out of school for those youth? How do we keep them engaged in their education? How do we ensure they have access to alternative pathways if academic education is not appropriate? How do we ensure that they have recreational opportunities, mentorship opportunities, and so on? So that is how the No Harm program the direction that it has moved in just in the last few months has been really building out the youth component of the program because of those identified needs that emerged in the year. In addition to continuing the work of No Harm, we want to partner with APD, and one of the things we've discussed, these are just examples, as I said, we need to do some work to really put these, to bed down exactly what the program will deliver, but some of the things that we have discussed are a youth diversion program in partnership with APD Reentry. This would be more than just providing opportunities and support and motivation. This would be a serious program to assist youth who are more at risk and who perhaps are already having contact with the criminal justice system. We would need APD to be a partner in that work. I know Chief Jackson has experience or is aware of the Joins Youth Reentry Program, and that we believe could be a model. Their support for the Positive Impact Program is proposed, which is part of the APD Reentry Program. In addition, we could work with APD on continuing our pop-up resource camps with a youth focus, and we continue to deliver Protect and Serve. Another opportunity there, that's the live stream public safety messaging that goes out every 2 weeks. Another opportunity there would be to create a new version of that that's focused on youth. So there are some of the ideas on the table going forward. Other city partnerships, we have talked with OEM about a college internship program for college students. OEM, this would be to really, and Tola, you might want to come in on this because you've led this conversation. This would really be to provide opportunities and career pathways at the city and make it clear that there are careers at the city available. Did you want to add something to that?
Okay, yes. I know last year during the internship program, there was some concern about teenagers working in the fire department and OEM. So we talked to, I think, Dave Mandel, and we talked about how we could potentially not out of the internship money, but out of we have a training, we're requesting a training budget and a career development budget, so we could actually recruit college, either college students or people who have recently graduated college that are from the city, in order to create a pipeline for residents of the city to join public safety, particularly OEM or fire.
With Rec and Parks, we've talked about one of the collaborations could be on a pathway into the STEAM programs that they are establishing. STEAM is a great opportunity to build skills and alternative pathways for students who maybe don't have opportunities or who are at risk. So that's one of the ideas we're exploring with Rec and Parks. And I think the partnership we'd like to build out with the Office of Community Services is how do we provide wraparound family support and leverage each other's points of contact in the community and work together to provide appropriate services. An example of that how that might work is last year we tragically had teenage death in Bywater. We also had tragically a mass shooting, and Office of Community Services really led the response on the mass shooting because that was a Hispanic family and families affected. As part of that outreach that was being conducted through OCS, that was a natural connection. Our team supported that. We helped organise other services and response in that mass shooting, and we saw where the connections were because our young part-time staff in No Harm have all the relationships, the friendships. And I think at that point I should actually acknowledge that one of the models we use and have used successfully is the NAM substance abuse disorder program for the past 5 years is based on a trusted messenger model. So it's having community engagement people who are known, who share lived experience with the people they're trying to connect to services and opportunities. And so that's a kind of a well-established model for programs like this, and it's really central to how the Mayor's Office initiatives have been planned. And so following up on that particular instance, later when we had shooting in Bywater, the No Harm team was very at the forefront of responding to the families, and they worked to engage the Office of Community Services. So we worked together in different ways, and we see that we could actually plan and coordinate that in a more strategic way going forward under our United program. The next steps for us will be to get that cross-team planning workshop. The ideas are on the table. The principal agreement is on the table. We need to bed down that planning, and then we'd like to come back and present at the council work session, as I mentioned. And I'll just finish by saying we're not proposing additional dollars. We're not proposing a new program. We're proposing to bring together two programs that have shared goals and shared objectives, and we see that as actually a better strategic way to go forward. So that's kind of the goal. It's to make it more strategic and better coordinated.
Okay. Thank
and
you.
with that, I'm done. And I'm sorry for going over time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
The city manager's office, we're probably going to be about 10 or 15 minutes late, Jackie. We're going to be about 10 to 15 minutes late. Oh, my mic? Oh. Yeah, okay. Mike, he knows that. Okay. I don't want to dismiss the efforts of the office, nor do I want to, do any sort of commentary here. But in my research, of the budget since 2018, the mayor's budget has doubled. It's about 1.8 now, and it was about $900,000 back then. That is the mayor's prerogative to redefine the mayor's office. I think that's what he's doing. However, I can't speak for my colleagues, and maybe it's my own ignorance and not being involved as much as I should have, but I really didn't know half the stuff that you were talking about. I mean, I didn't. I'm sorry. I just didn't. And the majority of your work is intangible. And it's really challenging to conduct a budget review. I mean, we have to tell the public, we have to find out from the public, it's our job, is what value is that giving them? Do the public perceive that value? And we can't do that unless we have those performance measures, specifically on the ones that affect, our residents, such as No Harm and what have you. We need to tell them that this is working, and we're really just going on an act of faith without having those measurements. How many people, not how many events we've had or this and that, is how many people have we helped? How many people have we gotten off the street? And again, I'm opinionating too much here, but from a budget standpoint, yes, I understand the mayor has to redefine the office. the majority of your stuff is programs. And without those program measures, we can't even evaluate. For example, last year there was a lot of discussion on staff, what everybody did. You were defending what they did. The community engagement person was one of them. And then we hear this year that that person is gone. and so like who runs the no harm thing now? You know, a lot of this is based on trust. And again, I cannot dismiss the efforts that you are making. It seems like you're spreading yourself all over the place. And again, without measures, I cannot evaluate this budget other than knowing that it has doubled since 2018. So I'm just going to let my colleagues ask the questions. Next.
May I just speak to a little bit of that?
Sure, yeah.
So the person who is moving is not leading No Harm or NAM. Those programs are led by TOLA as the African American Community Engagement and Liaison Officer. And, I take on board, clearly something in here is not being made clear, because we do have these I remember we did have this discussion last year, and I hoped the org chart, but there is a little bit of confusion with the org chart because of the lines of reporting. But those lines do clearly show that TOLA is the person they report back to. The community engagement role, there's a historical anomaly there too. This role was established way back in the mayor's first term. And I think it was envisaged as leading the liaison work. For a range of reasons, that changed over time. That's before I came into the role. And I would like to acknowledge that the person in that role had to take considerable time out to deal with some very important personal matters. So that changed. And even though that role has always been called the community engagement administrator specialist, the role really shifted to more of a liaison role across a number of different areas. So the person in that role has worked on liaison programs with TOLA and his team, but has also worked directly to the mayor on special projects, on events, on public outreach. He does some intergovernmental relations. So really what happened was that evolved, and it kind of became an anomaly as it was. I want to acknowledge that over the past year, I worked with that staff, the person in that role. We were working on promoting equity programs across the city. We were working on building out the relationship with the Office of Community Services. So that person has been doing important work, but there is an anomaly around how the role was set up, what it is called, what it was set up to achieve. We've clearly been operating without that level of management over the programs. So we do see that as now an anomaly we can address.
Okay, we're going to have to limit the answers.
Yeah. The last thing I do want to address about performance measures is that we do have tangible measures, and I've referenced the number of constituent calls. I've referenced turnaround times. I've referenced how many people have engaged in outreach programs. And I'm happy to provide a more detailed write-up for all of you on that, just so you have that data in front of you.
I do not want to dismiss the efforts of your office, but I mean, for example, opioid, has the council been asked, where's the right place for this? I don't think any of us can answer, where everyone is on this effort and where is the funding coming from. So specific to your department, where is the money coming from for your opioid effort?
That comes through OEM. It is funded through the OEM, Opioid Intervention Grant. The last thing I'll say, I know we're pressed for time, is that it is not unusual for mayors' offices to lead community programs where they see a need that is identified, that is in line with mayor's goals. So that is not uncommon, and it's quite, and I've had to do my own research and awareness around that. So that is, and I'm happy to report more on the tangible aspects of those outcomes.
Obviously, the mayor has redefined the mayor's office. Not that much with council input, which is a little bit of our frustration. But again, I'll be quiet and leave it to other questions. Alderwoman Finlayson.
I have a number of them, and I will reiterate, the work that you all are doing is phenomenal. The issue is that the office is expanded beyond our knowledge of what the mayor's office does. And whether that's good or bad, it is. So, you have done a phenomenal job with your budget presentation this year compared to previous years because you were new. And so we do appreciate all that you've given us, but it creates more questions. And the first one for me being the annual state budget request. And you highlighted 3 major requests that I'm willing to bet the 5 of us are sitting here as the leader policy makers had no clue what was being asked of the governor's office. And so is that the process that we should be following? How do we sell this to our constituents when we have no clue? So where do those priorities come from is the question. And when is it that the policymakers get to have a voice in all of this? And you've been successful, as you've said, 2 out of 3. We appreciate it, but we didn't know about it. And for that reason, one of the amendments will be to create a lobbyist position in the city. We have one, a firm that we hire to lobby at the federal level, but we have no, and we have in the past, we have no official lobbyists for our state legislature. So, that's a role you've picked up, and we appreciate it because you've been successful. But again, you understand the dilemma because we have no clue about that. And again, the city manager has to be weighing in on all of this because I hear 2 separate entities, and I'm not comfortable with that. The city manager should be weighing in on all business taking place in the city, even the mayor's office, which is the elected body for the city. My next, which is really a question about mentors. How many mentors you mentioned? You mentioned merging with HR. One of the questions we had for HR, we're getting 20, interns, and I'm not sure whether we're talking interns or mentors, but we're getting 20 in HR, which we've had consistently. And now if you're merging the 2, do we still only have 20? Are we expanding those numbers?
So let me clarify the mentor program, and I think you were here when Andre Dillard. Thank you. Thank you. I was referring to it. I had another Andre's name in my head. Presented here and talked about the partnership. So that's an initiative of Anne Arundel County Schools, and it's about staff. Allowing staff. So it's no connection to the intern program
and
in an upfront way. Yeah.
My question is, how many in the city have volunteered to become mentors with Mr. Dillard and the superintendent's program?
At this stage, I believe we have 3 who've completed the training and who are actively working as mentors. And I'm going to acknowledge we'd love to have more than that, and that we're working with him to have a communication plan to roll it out and get more engagement.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but the chair is saying we're out of time, so I'm trying to get my questions in. Hispanic liaison, we need to talk about that, because the Department of Community Services should not be a dumping ground, just like Central Services, and I'll get to that in a minute, where you don't want somebody in one department, so let's just put them over here. Doesn't work. But we do need that Hispanic liaison, just like we have an African American liaison. So we're not going to lose that position, I hope, and it needs to be funded wherever we decide as an organization to put it. Contract services, page 12. And maybe you explained why we took a great deduction from 290,000 down to 370, down to 76. What is it that we're losing in that department that will save us $300,000?
That is the transfer of the Make Your Media studio over to the new Department of Central Services.
Transferring of what?
the studio, Make Your Mark Media, who deliver all of our filming, our live streaming and broadcasting.
Okay.
It's moving that function over to central services.
So I'll jump right into that question because I need to understand why we would move a communications element from the Office of the PIO into central services. We haven't even created central services, but I was here when we had a central services and know pretty much what their functions are. And now to just put the TV studio there seems like we don't want to deal with them anymore, so let's put them somewhere else, and central services is new, so we'll just put them there. So help me to understand why that's a good move, why a good fit.
I'm going to be very honest and say I think the questions you've raised are very good ones, and we need to have those conversations and just assure ourselves that that is the right decision. I think there were a range of reasons for doing that, including that it is a contractual service, it providing a service to all departments now. That function has really grown for a whole range of reasons about the way we communicate today. So we do need to have some ongoing discussions about that, and I think that's a decision that, ultimately you will approve. If I could just simply reference around the state budget request, I had a feeling me talking about this process would actually raise that question, but I just want to kind of provide a sense to you that my goal is to be transparent and to let you know the things that happen. I'm going to take personal responsibility that sometimes you don't know those things in advance. And I will be honest and say that one of my goals has to be build more proactive communication with the council, and I will just put that down to just the busyness of day to day. But that's a long established process that's been going on for years, and that the money, the proposal, the budgeted money that's come through the state that we've only just learned we were successful on goes into the budget. And it is there laid out for you now to see, to ask the questions and to make the decisions.
Let me be clear, I'm not blaming you,
No,
and I appreciate what it is you have done, because there was a void. And if you had not stepped in to fill it, we wouldn't have those resources from the two that you mentioned. The problem is that we don't have a lobbyist. And in the past, we had a paid lobbyist in the city. And that was eliminated, and so there was a void. You stepped in, and so I can only say thank you for that, okay? The PIO, we have our public information person, Ms. Stevenson, sitting here. Can you tell us a little bit about why you think they're a better fit for central services?
I think this is part of a larger conversation. I think one of the reasons operationally, they do belong under communications, what they do day to day. They have and manage a lot of equipment and a lot of equipment contracts for running the TV studio. So I think there was that sort of split between where do they fit. We have all of this stuff, apps and programs that we pay for annually, equipment and all of that stuff. And then the communications part, which I would still be obviously very heavily involved in and helping them to decide which things are going to get covered and, how we communicate things from the city.
Well, as we go forward with this discussion, and I'm sure there will be more, I suspect IT, and I never get the new name right, but would be a part of that, because it is all about technology, and they are our gurus as far as technology is concerned.
To that point, Mr. Malinoff, could we ensure that at the Monday morning presentation for central services that we have all the respective departments that are affected by it so we can have this discussion? I think that's the best way to evaluate it.
And also just so you know, in the last couple of years too, we have outfitted the Office of Emergency Management with a full setup. So they are working with other departments as well and maintaining all of that equipment and making sure that everything's running smoothly in the event of an emergency. That could potentially help there too.
And I know that the state gave us a considerable grant several years ago, and Mr. Mandel can attest to this, to upgrade our equipment in OEM. So, we're at the top of our game as far as technology is concerned, and everyone from the state on down recognizes our capability. So anyway, I've spoken my piece on that for the moment.
And
My last comment, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in our PEG funding, which had traditionally been a healthy sum of money every year, as people cut the cord, is diminishing and diminishing. So we may not have the financial ability to stay as up to date on that technology as we may like. And as you know, even if we're 100% up to date today, that doesn't mean a year from now we're not playing a game of catch up.
I got it, and I'm counting on IT to keep on that. And we didn't see anything about the reduction in the PEG funding in your presentation. I would think that would be something you'd want us to be aware of.
If I could just go back to the slide on budget changes under contractual services, it says the transfer of Make Your Mark media from the Mayor's office to central services.
No, she's talking about the dollar figure.
And the dollar figure for PEG. Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't given you the total amount. It is around 300,000, I believe. Katie might be able to illuminate that figure for us.
We should know about it. If there's a significant reduction from, any outside source, we should know about it so that we can not count on it. And my last comment has to do with, you all propose a lot of changes from other departments. And I would just hope that everyone would be aware of proposed changes that are being made to us today. Because I've been getting text messages like, we didn't know that was in the works. So, we talk about partnerships and transparency, and we have to make sure that the people that we're talking about today are aware of what our interests are, because that's what they are. They're our interests.
I totally agree, Alderwoman, and that's actually why some of the departmental personnel are here, because we have spoken to them. Now, does that mean I did acknowledge we have not had the detailed conversations yet, and that is what we need to do, but we have had initial conversations with the people in the room, and we do have we do have engagement on the ground with those departments. Our program staff, NAM and No Harm staff, work closely with departments on the ground. So we've got it at that level. We've got an in-principle high level, and yes, the next step is to make sure we have the full discussion around operations and planning, and I agree with you. I totally agree.
My concern is that when you all go into any department, you're the mayor's office. So there is some assumption of authority, which would make the department heads or anybody else hesitant about saying no, because this is the mayor's office. That's just a balancing act that you have to master. Really.
I totally agree, and I think my goal has been to build that out as a partnership as opposed to a heavy-handed approach. But I would like to say that some of the ideas on the table in an Annapolis United program going forward are requests from the department. So we've had requests from APD to fund certain parts of their work, and so that's just one example. It is two-way.
As long as it's two-way and it's collaborative, I'm good with it. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, gosh, no apologies. It's our fault that we're running over, but I think I'm just going to limit it to Carmen's questions, and then if you have questions, could you just put them in writing, because we have to break for lunch.
I don't object to that. This presentation ran long. I can ask all these questions on the floor.
Let him ask. Let him ask.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to stop you. Go. Yeah, that's fine. I just out of respect for the city manager's office.
Well, I understand. I also wonder when we're eating pizza.
Well, that's why that's why we're suggesting to put them in writing.
I would like to raise one issue after the Alderman.
Understood. Yeah.
I just have one main question, because you've answered a couple of my other questions. In the special projects breakdown, it has been requesting funding for the green transition research and development and the mayor's community initiatives. Is that an enhancement that you received in the budget? And where is that coming from? How is it being funded?
I would leave to ask Katie or Jody to answer that question. I don't have the specifics, but it is fun. Both of those are the two additional pieces of money, and they are fully funded in the budget. Katie, I'm sure, can tell us where that funding is from.
I do.
Katie Conley, Budget Manager. Excuse me. The funding for that is using one-time use funds.
We apologize.
One-time use funds?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would not be expected that it would be more than a year's worth of?
From a funding standpoint, no.
All right. And who will be in charge of the green transition research and development? Is there a specific staff person?
Yeah, initially we have no one particularly assigned to it. It is work that we are planning jointly with the city manager, the mayor. I'm involved, and we will reach out to the appropriate departments. And I think Deputy City Manager Jackie Guile will have a very important role in this as well. And it's really about reserving some money for additional learning. I think because the learning that came out of the Netherlands study tour was seen as so invaluable by the mayor and others that the mayor wanted to build in some funding to make sure that learning and development opportunities could be pursued in the year ahead.
Okay. And the community initiatives were those that you listed as far as like the pop-up?
The 70,000.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
Can you give me an idea what the community initiatives are?
So they're ongoing programs that the No Harm program was established in the budget 2 years ago. The Annapolis United program, I believe, was as well. It has been quite separate. It was done quite separately and was not part of the mayor's office until last year. The NAM substance abuse program was established 5 years ago. It has always been funded out of the opioid intervention grant that OEM operate. So what I would say, I mean, there's been a comment about programs and initiatives and delivering services, and I do agree, I would totally agree, that these are programs that should have clear performance measures in the budget. That is why I put that as a goal for us in the year ahead, to work that through. What I have worked with the teams in the past year is to establish performance, I guess I could call them performance indicators, tangible performance indicators around outreach numbers. What are our targets? What programs and services are we delivering? How many? Referrals. Part of what we do is refer people onto other services, and that might sound like a kind of just a simple thing, but it usually means that you have to follow through, you have to have the partnerships with the agencies, you have to sort of take a case management approach, and our teams do record all the referrals that they keep and the cases that they are passing on and to whom. So that's how we know how many referrals have been for housing support, how many have been health or social services. Some of those go back to our social worker, some of them go to county agencies that provide that support. We know how many have been referrals to education and training. I did refer to the top level figures in the budget. We know how many constituent inquiries we field. We have targets around how we turn those around and how we respond. I do think we could perhaps have some performance indicators established around constituent services. And I know this conversation has occurred in years previously, but I just note it has not traditionally been included in the Mayor's office. And I do believe, I agree with you, that understanding that is pivotal. So we don't have those clear performance indicators in this year's budget going forward, but we want to work to establish them. And I also, we do have targets which I can report on in more detail as well.
Okay. Can I just respectfully request, can you give me a list of the initiatives that will be included in that 70,000 and how that budget was created? And it doesn't have to be right now, but.
Yes, absolutely.
Prior to-
I actually have the data here with me, and we'd like to provide you all with a written report. I will share something that's in a more simple and a format, so we can get that to you quickly.
Thank you.
Were those enhancement requests, or did you have enhancement requests?
The only enhancements, additional new things, are the Green Transition Learning and Development Fund and the noise ordinance mailers.
Okay.
That's a requirement because of that change.
Okay.
So yeah, and they are funded in the budget.
Right.
We're not asking to find additional money at this point.
Okay. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a number of questions. They're questions, not comments, but I'll submit them in writing. But I do have a comment. Last night, I want to refer to your functions and goals, and the first goal is to facilitate the mayor and the council's vision. Last night, I learned for the first time that the mayor is pushing house barges when I was at the Maritime Advisory Committee. First of all, a decade ago, we spent a lot of time going through house barges, and there's a lot of issues, but house barges reside in the waterside wards. And it would really be nice to know about, but have some opportunity for input on things like that. And I know how busy the mayor is, and I appreciate all of his efforts, but this is an example of communications that have to do with things that are policy. It's very much going to change legislation, require legislation, and to find out about it incidentally at where boards and commissions are finding out about it before I find out about it or Rob Savage finds out about it is really not good communication. So I'm going to make a strong pitch that when these new initiatives or these emphases are being changed, that we become part of the team and that we can provide some years and years of expertise that preceded and point out the pitfalls. The harbor master actually did a very good job last night of pointing out a lot of the pitfalls and things that we need to consider. But that is a source of tension and frustration. And I really would really like to emphasize this goal.
Very briefly, I thank you for pointing that out to me. I am aware that there's legislation in development, but it's not, and the mayor's position, I think, has been to simplify where we can, and I'm aware of that. But that has not been something we've actively been involved in. It's really been led through the Deputy City Manager for Resilience and Sustainability, working with the Harbour Master. There is a goal for the mayor to try and simplify and have consistency, but I haven't seen the legislation yet and had a briefing on it. So we're a little bit of a dark on it, but your point about communication is well taken. I understand, and yes, we'll try to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna, I know, we're gonna reevaluate these time slots for the next week. Alderwoman Pindell-Charles.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you all so much. Yesterday I mentioned that we've had some exceptional presentations, and you all have certainly made that bar today for me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to our PIO. I mean, you keep us abreast of everything, and I send that out to my constituents, and it's probably one of the best feedback that I get. So thank you for doing that. So, all right, City Manager, I'm going to leave it up to you as far as how long a break here. You are dismissed.
May I just make one final comment? And I know that when I come to you with, if I come to you with a little bit of information, whether I come to you with a lot of information, these are questions that have been recurring. Clearly something's not being straight because some of the questions you raised were actually covered in the presentation. So something is not happening there. And I know the goal was to have a once-only presentation, but let me assure you, I am more than happy to come back and answer follow-up questions and respond in writing. So some of the questions that were asked, I just want to note, were covered in the presentation. So whatever that disconnect is, it's a lot of information. We'll try and follow up.
Hi, Ross. I'm just coming from a financial framework to evaluate the numbers, so that was my frustration. Again, I'll say for the fourth time, it doesn't submiss all of your efforts in the mayor's policies. They're all.
No, I understand, and I don't take it that way. You have a job to do, and we need to try and help and support
We have
that.
gifts to bear, and would you introduce who else is in here from your department and have them come up to the mic and introduce
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to Rocio, who was here earlier, Tola and Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Corinne Mako, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist for the No Harm VIP program.
We do have gifts to bear. You can throw at us later. Yeah, we have some gifts to bear to remember this torturous, no. And again, it was a great presentation. Okay. Mr. City Manager, do you mind if we take a snack break or something?
No, because I tend to need food or I get grouchy.
I know. Yeah,
And
I know.
one,
We don't want that to happen.
it's happening.
But can you apologize?
And two, but I do want to let you know that Jody and I have to be at AFSCME negotiations by 2:30.
Oh, we should be done by then.
Okay,
Yep,
so if
yeah.
you give us, I don't know, 20 minutes, we can get something to
Are
eat
you-
and come back.
Yeah, that's great. Is your staff, sorry, staff, but just before.
Do you? What time?
Break sandwich between 1:30 and 2:30.
All right, well, I don't know what to say.
So what we'll do,
Recess for 20 minutes. Ellie, you have to say.
okay, oh, we have to recess? Okay, we're going to have I'll call for a 20-minute recess. Do I have to need a vote on that?
We adjourn at 1.
No, okay, and we will adjourn at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock sharp. Oh, we need Vicki.
She's there.
She's there. She's at the table. All right, hi. We are back from recess. Thank you for your patience. So I would like you to introduce your entire team, city manager here, and in the audience as applicable.
Absolutely. Michael Malinoff, city manager. And what I want us, before they introduce themselves, is this is going to be a collaborative presentation. And I do want to point out that Vicki's done a great job of putting this together, and I don't want to take any credit for that. And so I'll start to the left with,
Vicki Buckland, Assistant City Manager.
and make sure you introduce your team.
Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager for Resilience and Sustainability.
Aisha Young, OCS Manager.
Beth Bellis, Harbor Master, and I have here with me Deputy Harbor Master Tyler Northfield and Shoreside Operations Supervisor Jacob Nold.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having us. I will try to be brief because I know that time is short. But the city manager's office, the city manager serves as the chief administrative officer of the city. You know, there is a bit of a hybrid here. You have a chief administrative officer and a chief executive officer. And the city manager is to be the supervisory officer over the department directors within the department. Also, as semi-direct reports is Human Resources and OITS. I, too, don't always get the new name right. Then we also have the Assistant City Manager, Deputy City Manager for Resiliency and Sustainability, the Development and Events Specialist, that's Felicia, and the Office of Community Services and the Office of Harbor Master. And in general, our mission is to successfully oversee the operations of the city to fulfill the goals of providing a comprehensive, high-quality services to a diverse population. And I'm going to go over a couple of highlights that I think focuses on what this office should bring to the table that I think we've been pretty successful on this past year. This gives you a breakdown of some of the different team members, Office of Community Services, the new director, and we're also looking for additional employee right now. In fact, I got a text about that while we were meeting. We have the Harbor Master's office on my right. The Deputy City Manager supervises that office. It was brought in from the Department of Recreation 2 years ago.
About 2.
Yep. The organizational chart, you will see the administrative assistant is not hired yet. Frankly, we too are running into space issues. We don't have any room to put that person. To give you a little bit of background, and I wanted to talk about this later, but this is an opportune moment, is I was here when the office space was designed, and the idea was to create separation between the administrative and the political. And I remember having that discussion with Josh Cohen at the time, and he's like, I want you right next. I said, I don't want to be around all the moths. And it's a different environment, and that was somewhat of a pejorative, but it isn't meant to be. It's a different energy, and it's a different reaction, and it's political. It's a little mixed right now, but I am working with the chief of staff if these realignments take place to recapture some of the space on that side of the aisle so that we can get an AA and we're able to house our folks. Harbor Master's office, do you want to talk a little bit about your structure?
Sure. Our structure is pretty simple. You can see the Deputy Harbor Master, Tyler, is right underneath me. And then we have 2 folks that help manage, particularly when we're not around. shoreside operations supervisor, and then a waterside operations supervisor. I think it's important to understand that we're open from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week during the season. And so Tyler and I could never do this on our own, and we have some very skilled staff that helps us with that. Above and beyond that, we employ about 30 seasonal employees, which is probably close to 10 to 12 full-time equivalencies. And they range from like a first-line supervisor who might work nights or weekends or afternoons. And then we also have a team of boat drivers and a team of dock assistants.
Okay, and we have our Office of Community Services. I will say another skill set that Vicki brought to the table was her prior employee with Montgomery County and her Office of
Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services. And I thought that, wow, this is a good fit for this division as well. And we have a new administrator in that who's recently been hired, and that's Leisha. And Leisha, do you want to talk a little bit about your team?
Aisha.
I'm sorry.
No worries, I get that all the time. So I, new manager or community engagement administrator, I'm a little lost with that. But social worker care coordinator, Erin, as you all know, she's been great. We do have a vacancy for the community outreach coordinator that I would like to get filled maybe 1st of June or early July. Looking to post that position fairly soon. Then we have our rental assistance associate, Jada Boykin, and our enrollment associate, Evius Hernandez, and Hispanic outreach navigator, which is Emilia Bolivia.
And I do want to give a little shout out to Erin during the transition. She really did a nice job. And if you haven't met Erin, she's very calm and just has a total social worker's personality, very warm and embracing. And the other thing is, when the position came up, she was very upfront about, this isn't for me. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of transitional employee you want, because she was very engaged, very helpful throughout, and I'm sure it's been helpful with you.
The whole team has been really helpful, especially going through that transition. So they showed a lot of resilience. In, just keeping that momentum. It just picks up everything like it hasn't changed. So I'm impressed with, the change and all that.
Lisa, is there a reason for the purple versus the green on the org chart?
That's something Vicki has I will answer that one. That's a position that currently reports here, but that is slated with the reestablishment of the Hispanic liaison. That position actually originally reported to the Hispanic liaison. And when Laura came over as the manager of the Office of Community Services, Ismania essentially just kind of came with her. And with that office being reestablished, then she will go back to what her role originally had been. So that's why it's a different color. It's there now, but as part of the budget proposal, it's proposed to go with that recreation.
Which would be where? Sorry. The mayor's, into the mayor's office.
Yeah, and the budget for a lot of those activities that were done through the Hispanic liaison, they actually remained in the mayor's budget. So that's actually not something you'll see in this proposal, because it never left the mayor's office, the budget for Taco Fest and Day of the Dead and some things like that.
Go ahead.
I know we were going to hold our questions until the end. I guess my question is, the Hispanic liaison has a broader role than simply translating. And is that not needed in community services?
That is an excellent question. And that's something Aisha and I have talked about, and is actually something within the, as she goes to advertise for the vacancy that's there, language skills is part of what we're looking for, because you're absolutely correct. The Office of Community Services still does have a need to reach all parts of the community and have the language support to do that. So that is something that you're correct. They still do have that need.
I look forward to that decision.
And I did have conversations with Vicki about it moving over, and frankly, I'm agnostic about it moving over. I think it could rest in either. Highlights of the city manager's office. This kind of gets to the sense of what you bring to the table as a city manager. I'm the third city manager in this administration, and each one brought a different kind of skill set. And what I focus in on is more of the traditional ICMA-based credentialed city manager approach, which includes these items that we're mentioning below that I was familiar with or worked with ICMA, and then got a fantastic assistant city manager to help do the implementation part, because although I can fly well at the 30,000 foot level, I'm too antsy in general for the real detail work. And this isn't meant to be pejorative. She calls herself a nerd. She really gets into going into those spreadsheets and cranking them out, and it's been really helpful. But I do want to highlight a few of these items. The National Community Survey. I know the council's talked about it. Each of you have mentioned it. It's something that we did before here. It changed over, and Vicki took that, and we were able to move forward with it. And that's a useful tool in being able to establish where our community thinks our priorities should be and how well we're doing. And it'll be something we'll be continually using. The standard operating procedures was something I met along my career path in Charles County. They had a fantastic SOP notebook of procedures that were comprehensive throughout the entire operation. And when I got here, I thought, well, it really would be helpful, because each of you in your own way have expressed, well, why are you doing it this way? Or a department director doesn't quite know how they should proceed. And Vicki and I talked about it. I was able to wrestle away the SOPs from Charles. At first they were like, no, I can't give them to you. And I said, yes, you can. They're public information. And they did, in a collaborative way eventually. And so Vicki's had that and really has started carrying forward. And we have adopted 3 new SOPs that I think are very helpful. And one that she is working on right now is the purchasing one, which we have such old rules and regulations as that is such an important part of our organization, and also is part of the central services transition in an area where we're having some challenges. Hiring of personnel, directors. We have a new director of planning and zoning, not to mention public works, recreation and parks, and transportation since I've been here. And I think we've done a pretty good job with that. It's a collaborative process. I meet with the mayor, we interview, set up interview boards, and then it gets to a kind of a me and the mayor sit down. And it's been good. There hasn't been pushback, no, I don't like this person, or yes, I like this person. And I think we are fortunate. And I've been noticing it in our presentations before you all, how articulate and forthright these folks are. And part of it is just to be engaged, be friendly, be really transparent, not just pretend to be. And I think they are. And I think they're professionals who are bringing a value added to each of what you all want out of a director. And I'm really happy.
I think we agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hiring of the new manager of the Office of Community Services. I mentioned earlier it was a long transition process, but we had an excellent person who was interim, and certainly Vicki's background. The leadership training that we've done, Alderman Arnett would verbally kick me under the table about it all the time. And others, we've had leadership training, we've had council retreats, we've had joint leadership and council retreats after a little bump in the road. And I also want to throw in the trip to the Netherlands. I did play a role in actually establishing the role of the council in that, and reaching out to the embassy of the Netherlands when they were visiting us about would they do something like this. And I think that whole idea, and the mayor will be the first to say, has really established a good feeling between helped establish a good feeling between the council and the mayor and the staff that we're all in this together. We could always do better, but I think it's done a lot of good. Now I move on to Jackie to let her talk in Jackie joined us in the Netherlands and Belgium, and I think you'd agree that that was a worthwhile,
It was
if not tiring,
It was wet, but
cold,
very
and
worthwhile.
fun.
Yes. So this year, we worked on and completed the Military Installation Resilience Review with Anne Arundel County and NSA Annapolis. We are continue to work with both jurisdictions, especially the Naval Academy, on implementation and planning around resilience initiatives that we identified in the MUR and others that we continue to identify with the Naval Academy and Anne Arundel County. We proceeded with our regional greenhouse gas inventory updates that have not been updated since 2006. However, working with the Resilience Authority, we were able to secure funding for a regional greenhouse gas inventory rather than just one for Annapolis. So we proceeded along that route first since we were able to get funding for it, and we'll likely be able to extrapolate Annapolis-specific information from it, and I may be doing a separate report or pursuing another study just for Annapolis based on what we did, if needed, from the regional study. And also as part of that funding, we produced a regional priority climate action plan, and from that we will be identifying specific projects particular to the region. And when I talk about the region, that's Baltimore City, County, Howard County, Columbia, Anne Arundel County, Annapolis region, and that's the region that we applied for funding for, and that's the study area we did the project on. Also, we worked on an inventory and strategy for electrifying the city fleet, including other equipment such as landscaping equipment, and that is in a almost completed form, which inventories every kind of equipment and vehicle that we're using in the city by department and identifies where we could be switching to alternative fuel and electric vehicles, and a strategy for moving forward with that. We have started our pollinator habitat creation at the city solar park. That will be going out for bid, should be going out for bid this week. And the city manager's office is leading our electric ferry pilot program. The RFP should be going out imminently. We're just waiting from the Maryland Transit Administration on approval of a packet of information that allows us to advertise the RFP. We're doing already in design for our landing sites, and the environmental analysis, which is required for the landing sites, is ongoing. So we have part of it moving along, but we have not been yet advertising the ferry design and construction yet. We have to wait for approval from the Maryland Transit Administration before we can do that. So I'm also working on a zero waste policy for city buildings and hope to get that done by the end of this month. We have been working with BG&E and with others to expand the electric vehicle charging infrastructure throughout the city. The city also has, through the Maryland Energy Administration, there's an earmark of $75,000 for an energy-related project, and I'm looking at different options, one of which I think will probably pursue is additional vehicle charging rebates the city can get under that program. So I think I'll use that to expand upon what we've already done in the city with additional charging infrastructure through that program. Contentious issue down at the boat ramp in Truxtun Park has been the electrical current in the water there and not being able to launch paddleboards and kayaks, et cetera, at that location. And we have done evaluation with BG&E and through our own electrical engineer here in the city. But in order to really get a handle on the situation there and determine if we can actually safely launch paddleboards and kayaks there, the city has contracted with a marine electrical company to do further evaluation. That has been ongoing for the past several weeks, and they are now analyzing that data now, and we plan, once they have analyzed the data and have recommendations, to have a work session with City Council, at which time that company will make recommendations as to what we can do there as far as improving the situation or whether or not we'll ever be able to launch paddleboards there. So also this year, starting in April, the city property owners were able to avail themselves of a 15% discount on flood insurance. This process was done through FEMA, the Community Rating Service Program. The city's been working on this through the Office of Emergency Management and Planning and Zoning and our former Office of Environmental Policy, and then through the city manager's office for about 6 years. It's been a long process, data gathering and submitting information to FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program. So we started out with no rating and ended up with a rating of 7. And with every rating that, as you move up 7, as you move down through the rating scale, you get additional points, which allows greater discounts. So right now, the city is doing pretty well at a 7, and that allows 15% discount on property insurance for flood insurance. And that became available this April. Last summer, we had our first commercial leases at Bertastock and DNR Dock. We had we had 3 leases there. We're not planning to we weren't planning to go forward with leases this year because we weren't sure what was going to happen with City Dock design. So we put off any further leases for this summer. And but that was a process of negotiating those leases and seeing how those would work and giving everyone a fair shake at some lease space. And then this year, the gas powered leaf blower ban, as you know, was passed by City Council, and the City Manager's Office did extensive research to support council deliberations in making those decisions. Yes, and we are in the process of sending out all the notices to retailers who carry gas blowers right now, as well as to landscaping companies, and we will be doing a mailer to city residents probably next month. To inform everyone far ahead of time of the effective date, which is January 1st of 2025, so that people don't purchase gas-powered leaf blowers and then to find 6 months later that they can't use them.
Can I just interrupt for a housekeeping issue? I saw Jody leave. When do you have to leave?
She's going to another meeting, so our meeting is at 2:30.
2:30, okay.
Yeah, so we're okay on time so far, but Jody did have to go to another one, and
we got
her 2 team is over there. I do want to say we were trying to pull the short straw for whose name will go on the gas-powered leaf blower ban. Jackie ended up getting that one. And I was going to mention maybe we could put Rob's name. he wasn't in the meeting, so
send all inquiries to Alderman Savage.
Exactly. And she's like, "Well, if it's my name, they're going to call me." And I said, "Well, there you go."
I think I sponsored the bill.
What do you want yours?
Yeah.
From Ward 1.
And just to, I was conferring with Mitchell Stevenson earlier today about cost for it. When we do these kinds of bans, like we're going to consider plastic bags next, but we did the styrofoam ban. When we do a postcard flyer to inform residents of upcoming bans, for first-class mail to all property owners, it's $25,000. So something to consider as part of, when we pass legislation. And this was not in part of the budget for the mayor's office or the city manager's office, that is, that amount of money for the mailer. When legislation is passed mid-year and it hasn't been budgeted for, that's just something to consider.
Ideally, that should be in the fiscal analysis if we know at the top.
Yes, and that's something I was just asked to do for the plastic bag ban, so that will be in there.
I think we should put it in the Office of Central Service.
Our dumping ground, yeah.
And then finally, I have something that Alderman Arnett very timely brought up earlier. The staff has been working on for the last several months revisions to the code governing house barges. This issue came up last year when house barges were starting to pop up in city waters, and we found that many of them were in violation of our code for location, size, other issues, and citations were issued for violations. And so the mayor directed us staff to look into how we could change code to govern them differently. And so staff has worked on that, and we are working on a final version of those changes to Title 15, which we will be sharing shortly with the mayor and then with council.
I do want to mention that I, too, have familiarity with this concept, having been a city manager in Newport. And previously here, we had this discussion. and I was familiar with a lot of the work that was done in Sausalito, where it really became the thing. So this is something you're going to have to look at very closely. There are a lot of implications to expanding it. We saw certainly positives in the Netherlands, but it's just something you have to go into carefully.
I think we should take a trip to Sausalito.
I'm game for that one.
I will lead that one.
I'll go over our highlights briefly, but our revenue.
Take your time with these. These are all pretty good.
Thanks. Our revenue has been growing since I have come on as harbor master. I credit some of that to the weather, and I credit a lot of that to, I guess, boating in general is booming. And so my office has grown, and the services that we've had to provide has increased. But our revenue increased over $100,000 from FY23, and we're on track to increase quite a bit more even this year because we make an awful lot of money between now and July 1st. May and June are really busy months for us. We handled and removed 5 abandoned boats from city waters, and I can tell you that abandoned boat problems are growing. They are not getting smaller, and so we have to stay on top of that. We did 3 rescues, which is a smaller number for us than normal, but I think that speaks to the fact that there were fewer accidents on waterways this year, so that was a positive thing. We partnered with city engineers to do the rebuild at Cheston Avenue, and if you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to go look. It's really nice. The bulkhead was failing, it was a disaster, and we put a very nice floating dock in there, and a rain garden and a pocket park. We drafted the rules to implement a pilot kayak rack program, and you will see before you very soon some minor changes to Title 15 that will make this legal. And as soon as that happens, we'll begin to put our first kayak rack up. We saved an awful lot of money. We have been doing this for years because instead of hiring contractors for certain jobs, which was done prior to me coming here, we saved tens of thousands of dollars just by towing the barges for the fireworks from the West River to David Taylor and back over and back to David Taylor and back to the West River for 2 events, obviously, 4th of July and New Year's. And to hire a contractor to do that would be very expensive, but our team's been able to train and do that for ourselves. We also do an awful lot of decking projects in-house and minor dock repairs, boat maintenance, small plumbing projects, actually larger plumbing projects than we would like, and smaller electrical jobs. Our special events, as you know, as a city, I think have grown in numbers, and that's also true for the city dock area. So when I came on board, it was probably 6 or 7 special events. Now we're hosting 10 to 12. So that means that our docks are already booked for Singer-Songwriter Festival. Everything is reserved for all of these events well ahead of time, and that's changed a lot of the way that we do business. And we have always done a lot of grant applications and management, but we do even more now. So we administer over $1.34 million in grants. The majority of that is for dock and shoreline improvements, including dredging. But included in that number is $82,000 for our pump out boat operations, and that pays salaries and fuel and boat upkeep. And then we always get $25,000 from Department of Natural Resources Hydrographic Engineering, and that's for investigating, removing, hauling out, and destroying abandoned boats, but also to have patrols that go out and pick up telephone pole or tree debris and that type of thing, especially when the Susquehanna gates are opened. That's the highlights.
All right, so I'll go through these as best as I can. A lot of these great things happened when I wasn't here. So administered 3 of the city grant programs. I've had the great pleasure of getting to know these programs over the past 2 months in the process that it takes.
You've had no honeymoon period.
At all. And then the rental assistance provided, we did 95 awards made for rent and then 25 for utilities. The total amount awarding $159,737. With the average size of award being 1,681, 90 contacts for service coordination, including meeting residents at resource events and referrals. Aaron also established a partnership with the Gaithersburg Office of Community Services for information and resource sharing. They also have an amazing financial empowerment program that we are leaning towards to see where we can, pick and choose from there to see if there's a need in our own community, if we can do something like that. Hispanic engagement, case management to 24 people, plus numerous activities. Again, I didn't get a chance to experience these, but I've seen East Menia and EVs just continue that momentum and get these events planned. So they had the meetings with the consulates to help with passport delivery, identification cards, registrations, the youth poetry contest. I've heard great things about the Taco Fest in May of 2023. Unfortunately, we won't do the Taco Fest this year due to a situation where it was held previously. There were some complaints about people lingering or hanging around, and we're just trying to figure out a location for next year to continue that Taco Fest. And then the Day of the Dead Festival. I did attend that festival on my own just as a resident of Annapolis, and it was great before I even worked here. And then the health fair in May 2023. And I also got to attend one of Ismenia's and Evie's event with Allen Apartments, an outreach event that was very successful. I believe it was around 20 to 30 residents that showed up, and they provided resources, and they also provided STI testing and HIV testing, and they gave out Narcan and masks, and it was really great. That's it for me.
All right. You guys can read these charts. I think the main thing that you're actually interested in is what's the movement of funds over the course of the year. So you have the information in front of you, but I'm actually going to forward to this slide, which is the summary of the changes, which is, I think, and you can reference the actual numbers on those slides, but I think this is the part that you actually sort of care about the most. On the city manager side and Office of Community Services side, obviously there's that realignment of the budget for the Hispanic Outreach Navigator from OCS over to the Office of the Mayor to report to the Hispanic Liaison once again. There is some money in there for WITH software.
And very briefly, excuse me, I came across this software actually 4 or 5 years ago when I happened to be with ICMA in Tel Aviv, and the city of Tel Aviv was giving a presentation on this really intriguing software where they were able to send out notifications on events, things that they're planning, and then also collecting names in a database so that they will have groupings of residents who they know are interested in certain topics and certain events and can be notified. So I came across this group, having forgotten about them, at the latest ICMA conference that was in Austin, and met with them, and we've had a number of back and forth meetings. Vicky, IT, certainly Roz, and Mitchell have all met with them, and we see great value in it, not the least of which is it's pretty inexpensive. And so my goal with this is public information is a difficult job these days because we used to have a myriad of print media and radio media, and it's not so much anymore. Our local newspaper's owned by Baltimore Sun Group, and this will allow us to get our information out and also register people for events, and it'll be useful across the board for the city. And I'm kind of going overboard on it, but it was a very useful tool, and hopefully we will be able to purchase it.
There is a little bit of money in there for Bird and Bee City education and outreach. There's also on the fees side, just wanted to flag for you, part of the proposal is a small increase to the special events permit fee of $25. That hasn't changed in a good 5 years. I think it's actually longer than that. And so this is a truer reflection of how much time Felicia actually spends on each of those events. So it's intended to simply mirror what's the actual cost to the city.
Time.
Yeah, to capture it. Yeah. And obviously the council, you get legislation to waive fees that is particularly for larger events that incorporate a lot of other services the city provides. That includes then this fee as well, sometimes for those events. But even for a run-of-the-mill event, obviously Felicia spends time. On the city manager side, there are a few things. If you look in the budget, you'll see that there are some decreases as well. And I didn't call them out here, but I did want to just make you aware of what those are. There are a few things that we paid for out of the city manager's budget over the past couple of years that simply they're either not there at all anymore or they've been moved. One example of a charge that got moved was for a little while, Eileen Fogarty had been charged here with the City Dock project. That actually got moved this year. She's actually charged out of City Dock, which is where she belongs. So that charge didn't go away, but it got reallocated to where it belonged.
In the P3? Okay, got it.
Well, no.
In the city dock.
In the City Dock CIP.
CIP.
In the CIP.
Which is essentially an extension of
That,
P3, which also was this was an idea that we came up with the past year. And when you were talking about the Office of Law and additional costs that are associated with, there's a certain amount of administrative overhead, like Eileen and maybe our legal services that can come out of the capital project as opposed to a separate budget allocation out of the general fund.
I'm going rogue here, but who does she report to?
Burr.
Huh?
Burr Vogel.
Oh, I thought you said
Director of Public Works.
Got it. Thank you.
The other things that that have been there in the past that aren't there now, which is why there's a decrease. We obviously did the National Community Survey this year. That was a one-time cost, so that's not there anymore. We've done a bunch of the strategic planning work. There was a cost associated with those facilitators and stuff. So we've moved on to the next phase of more implementation work. So those initial costs for those consultants aren't there anymore. So you see a couple of declines, and that's because we've gotten a couple things done and have moved on to next phases. Beth, do you want to address changes for the Harbor Master's office?
Sure. Obviously, for kayak racks, we're looking forward to adding on, assuming the pilot program goes well. And so we've asked for some additional money to make that happen. Ultimately, the program should be self-sustaining, and we're looking to make sure the fees are appropriate so that happens. I would say the most important change that we're looking to accomplish is to convert 2 of our contractual employees to civil servants. And if we're not short on time, I'll just give you a quick highlight.
Could you show us where that is in the summary chart?
The second bullet on the Harbor Master.
Oh, you got here. Okay. Sorry.
And this is part of a study, I guess, the city was engaged in, and with the state as well, with contractual employees only being able to stay contractual for so many years, and then they have to convert over to civil service. So I don't think this is an issue at all, but that's why it happened.
But just so you know kind of the phases behind how these decisions may affect, Jacob Nold has been working, he's in the audience, for the Harbor Master's office for 8 years, and he's been on a full-time contract for more than 3 years. So he would really like to contribute to his pension. He's not getting younger, and he'd like to start working on that. Tim Jacobs, who's not with us, he's holding down the fort, just came on full-time 1.5 years ago, and he brought with him over 22 years of U.S. Coast Guard experience. His knowledge, skills, and abilities are also unmatched. In addition, just to highlight quickly, because I didn't do it earlier, a little bit about what Tyler's job is, the Deputy Harbor Master. He's, okay, I think that's it.
Can you tell the job title for the second, for Jim, I think you said?
So the two contractuals, Jacob's title is Shoreline Operations Supervisor. Tim's position is Waterside Operations Supervisor.
Waterside? So neither of those are listed on our staffing summary?
Yeah, that's what's confusing us.
They're on the chart.
Katie Conley, Budget Manager. They're both reflected in the staffing summary as Watch Commander. That's how we have them.
I think they're like that in Munis, but I'm not sure what the process is to correct that, but we would like to see it corrected.
But is the classification correct as it shows on our staff summary? So Beth, we're looking at our budget book, and it has a watch commander, civil service, and then part-time at an 810.
So we're using Munis to build our staffing summary initially. So the two individuals that the Harbor Master is referring to are the civil service, and then there is an additional part-time.
And this is a place where the classification name in Munis and the working job title are different. And so it does get, what you see in the budget presentation is the classification title, but in regular parlance, this is what Aisha referred to as well earlier. You know, her official job title in your list is Community Engagement Administrator, but nobody actually refers to her that way, refers to that job that way. And so it's just this difference between the job class name and the working job title, and sometimes it trips us up. And
It trips us up a lot.
Yeah, and I would prefer we not do that, because it's too confusing. Not only for us, but anybody else who's trying to look at this. But before you go, Ms. Conley, can you say again, it's the watch commander, we have two, one full-time and one part-time?
We have three.
Where's the third?
So in that line, if you
It does say three.
It does say three. So I don't see one that would be moved to civil service unless this chart already has it moved to civil.
It's reflected as we have it budgeted. So since we converted these two individuals from a budget standpoint, we've shown them that same way in the staffing summary.
So we really should have Watch Commander 1 and Watch Commander 2?
Well, and could we have existing and proposed? Because we can't tell. According to this, we have, well, we don't know whether it's 2 and 1 or 1 and 2, but.
Well, we have this column to tell us how many before. And so where the ads are.
Yeah, but it still doesn't tell us.
I think we could add another slide if that's helpful.
It would be helpful to tell us existing and then proposed. You know, this budget is suggesting that it's already a done deal. It's not a done deal. So we want to know what's being proposed, and we know now that one of the civil service, or two of the contract positions are being proposed for civil service.
Correct.
One is the watch commander, and the other would be?
I don't know what it's called in Munis. If it makes sense, 8 years ago, I was the only full-time person. And so I don't think that HR is entirely caught up with the changes that have gone on in my office. So maybe there's something.
There's a class and
same chart
there is a class and compensation study going on right now. And
No kidding, Mr. Miller.
so, but we get this from the Harbor Master's office more than occasionally, and we're trying to address this. And the positions are proposed as civil service in the budget, and the positions are being reviewed. And I haven't seen the final outcome of those. And I understand what you're saying structurally in the budget, and that's something that the finance director and the HR director can address to you. But I understand what you're saying, what it is now and where it's going.
So are these in the mayor's budget?
Yes, these are in the proposed mayor's budget, as suggested in the slide.
So the question I have, what's different with this chart than previous charts is that the 3 watch commanders are all, even though there's 2 civil service and 1 part-time, they're all listed as an A10. So that would, the part-time I'm guessing is not A10.
Correct.
So that part-time should be on a separate level, correct? A separate
Understood.
line item, sorry.
Yep.
Not a separate level.
Yeah.
Just so that whether it's watch 1 and watch 2, or if we actually have their job titles associated with that line, that would be easier for us to.
No, I understand. I understand that feedback, and we'll improve on our process.
Thank you.
Since we're on the staff chart, you have a deputy harbor master. I'm not sure what that title means at an A13. Is there some significance to the word deputy? Should that?
What I would say deputy means is Tyler has to and does do everything that I do on a regular basis. So he has to have the same skill set, knowledge, abilities, and training that I have. So deputies, I would say, is an appropriate title for him.
And the classification
Yes.
is okay?
What?
No, it's not.
He's at an A13, that's why I asked.
So we are not, today is not the day, we've been told to get into the classification and compensation study, but we've put in recommendations on changing that to make it commensurate with what a deputy harbor master
Thank
should
you.
be.
Is there money in there for that contingency?
If it's made, yes. The finance director has set that money aside for that,
That is
and the
that.
collective bargaining, and the non-bargained
So it's in that bucket
employees.
of money.
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
No, it's 600.
There's 2 line items, one for union and one for civil
The
service.
181,000.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it is one.
the same changes, and additional changes are recommended for the other employees, for these 2 positions that are going to civil service, to
Yeah.
also be reclassified to different grades.
Thank you. I just thought the title was skew with what the classification was.
Because their
Thank you.
levels of responsibility are much higher than what their grade currently reflects.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Who did I interrupt?
I know.
We're going to see how good Jody's estimating skills are.
I'm sorry that I interrupted you.
No, it's quite okay. I only have 2 other details. We're asking for additional funding for seasonal employees. We haven't had a significant increase in that line item for more than 5 years. Minimum wage has gone up, the employees have sick and safe leave, and we are hiring more because we are busier for longer hours. So for that reason, we would really like to have enough money to handle that portion of our business. And then we're also asking for regular funding to support the replacement of the mooring ball chain and shackle. So our transient moorings have to have new chain and shackles every 4 years in order to keep them safe and sound. That's a pretty big expense. For one mooring field, it could be as much as $50,000. And so in the past, we've been scrambling and moving money to try to pay for that. So we want to come up with something that's a little smarter. So we're putting aside the money and we're budgeting for that. So that's what we're asking for. And it might surprise you to know that our transient moorings actually make more money than our docks. In fact, last year we made $170,000 just on transient mooring revenue. So the outlay might seem expensive, but it's quite worth it. Correct.
And that's in the current budget? Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
So that's why we shouldn't squish up our harbor lines. Sorry, who's next?
Oh, do we have to do
You don't, you just do it.
Okay, I can't read that from here. Okay. All right. Hello, back to resilience.
Give her a little encouragement.
Okay. So just to go over this briefly. So basically, our objectives in resilience are to build improve the water quality and air quality and overall environmental quality of the city. And in doing so, and the first one for water quality, the main objectives of this year were to implement the no discharge zone and also have input and collaboration from our nonprofit groups. The no discharge zone was implemented last year. We had help from DNR in doing that and getting out information to boaters and through the harbor master's office. And also we had 2 meetings of the Waterways Cabinet, which is the main way that we collaborate with stakeholders on water pollution and restoration type of issues in the city. On air quality, we're focusing mostly on reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and carbon dioxide emissions, particularly through implementation of the mayor's electric mobility plan and sequestering carbon through increasing our tree canopy. So I work with Department of Planning and Zoning with their urban forester on tree initiatives, on coming up with a master tree plan, which I understand he is pursuing this year. We reinvigorated our relationship with Anne Arundel County with the Annapolis tree planting program, which we had funded last year and we refunded this year to help us with our tree initiatives, and also supporting the work of Save Our Trees, which are, they don't plant trees, but they remove English ivy. So the city has been supporting them with advertising their efforts and helping them with advice and for their with their ivy removal efforts, so that we can keep our mature trees, which are even more important than planting young trees for tree canopy. As far as the electric mobility, we have several initiatives. We're putting in electric vehicle charging infrastructure wherever we can through different grant programs with our relationship with BG&E, and exploring other grants with Maryland Energy Administration so that we can support people buying electric vehicles. We had our electric vehicle inventory and strategy document that we're finalizing so we can convert our fleet and different departments over to alternative fuel vehicles, mostly EV. We are working on our electric ferry RFP, and I mentioned that earlier, we're getting ready to put out RFP there and going through our environmental analyses to hopefully get the ferry moving this year. And we have, of course, our electric bike and scooter program is still going. And we also did our regional greenhouse gas inventory, and we'll be setting priority goals and targets through that, and targeting different initiatives to take to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the city. And then next category down, looking at improving human and animal health and litter reduction, mostly through public education. This was one area where we didn't have a lot of a budget. We really didn't have a budget, so we were kind of looking to the city manager's budget for a little bit of money here and there to do some public outreach, and that's why there's kind of that bee and bird budget public outreach this year, so we can do more public education campaigns. And we had held 2 events last year. We did one in July promoting alternative uses of different kinds of products other than plastic. And then we had one day where we had a table event down at City Dock called Be Friendly Annapolis, where we were providing education about pollinators and how you can establish pollinator gardens at home, and being a beekeeper and that kind of information. And so those are the 2 we did. They were low-cost kind of events. And then we had our annual Bird City event. We did a photo contest this year, and those photos are still displayed here in City Hall. And the last one is reducing impacts of climate change, and we focused on protection to property and shoreline and green spaces. The main focus was on finishing up the approval of the community rating system. I spoke to earlier about getting the approvals through the National Flood Insurance Program, which resulted in the 15% flood insurance discount for properties.
What's the CRS stand for? CRS?
Community rating system. So that is the process that you go through with the documentation and the inspections by FEMA and the National Flood Insurance Program in order to get your, in this case, city certified and rated. That's the process that took a number of years for the city to go through. So we completed that this year, and I've been working with the Resilience Authority on a number of projects to get them funded. We have funding now for Cars Beach, and as well as for an expansion of the project at Robert Eads Parks. That project will be doubled in size, and I'm working on another project, as I mentioned, for Truxton Park, and then we have one for greenhouse gas emissions we're working on through the Resilience Authority. And when I work with the Resilience Authority on some of these funding projects, it's we work through the Resilience Authority because they often will package a program so it doesn't have to be just in the city, because I can apply for grants that are just in the city, but sometimes projects are much more attractive to a funder if they're regional in scope, and I can't apply for something in the county, in Anne Arundel County, and maybe another county or another city, but the Resilience Authority can do that. So I can work with the Resilience Authority in putting together a grant or an idea, and then they submit as the Resilience Authority with Annapolis as a beneficiary. So that's why.
How do you meet with them?
How often do I meet with them? We've been, as a city, different departments meet with Matt Fleming, the director, as needed. I know that Parks and Recreation have been meeting quite regularly, at least monthly, for Cars Beach planning. I know that Public Works meets regularly as well. I probably speak to Matt Fleming weekly, and I have established a bi-monthly meeting now with all of the departments like OEM, Planning and Zoning, Public Works, and Parks and Recreation. So we've decided where we'd like to meet at least bi-monthly, and if more often as needed, just so that we're all coordinating. Many of us have grants and other projects that we're working with through the Resilience Authority, but it's good that we all know what we're doing and where we're overlapping and where we can work together.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
just a
sir.
point of, you just gave us a lot more information than I think shows up on this sheet. Am I not following the bouncing ball correctly?
I think I'm embellishing, yes, I'm filling in.
All right.
Yeah.
It's on the second
Of course,
one,
every time you
embellishing.
say Cars Beach, my eyes.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I had a missing piece of.
No.
All right, thank you. But that's good information. I'd really like to capture it.
She'll be submitting that all in writing to you by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Beth, you want to highlight?
Sure. Some of my performance measures may not be as objective as I would have wished, but it's kind of the nature of the beast. One thing that we really worked very hard on this year and last year, but even more this year, was improving our customer service quality. And I think you've all probably been to a business that perhaps there wasn't a supervisor. You have a 16 to 18-year-old maybe working the front desk, and you had a less than satisfactory experience. We certainly had that problem at the harbor master's office because we were open almost 100 hours a week. So what we did is make sure that we had a competent supervisor working around the clock. We standardized all of our training, and I can tell you we had no departmental boat accidents. I would say we had zero credible complaints to the mayor's office. I'm not sure if my team will agree with me. We did not have any more fraudulent chargebacks on credit cards, which were costing quite a bit of money. And so we thought we did very well in that category. We were also looking to decrease violations, incidents, and accidents, and an increase in transactions and revenue. We did increase our transactions and revenue. We did see a decrease in incidents and accidents, but we did not see a decrease in violations. In fact, we wrote more citations than we wanted to. And that was just because if I write you a warning and I give you a deadline to correct it and you don't correct it, I have to take the next step. We wanted to note fewer citizen complaints from and against the city's lessees, like fewer negative press reports, because some of that has happened in the past. And we did take some steps in that direction. The Crabs lease was amended and restated. It provided some more clarity. We created a new contract for the Parade of Lights, which we haven't presented yet, just to make sure that the participants know the rules and everyone's safe. And we want to increase our boating ramp revenue. So what we're going to do with the help of SP Plus is we're going to put license plate tag readers in place at our boat ramps. So now if you don't pay the fee, then you can get a citation for not paying to use our boat ramps. And that will do two things. It'll increase revenue, but more importantly, it will make the ramp available for those folks that are paying and deserve to not have it cluttered up with folks that shouldn't be using it.
This is our last. Aisha will do this, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Are these, these performance measures, they were updated for this year? Are these yours, Vicki, or these are the, no? Oh, but they're yours. They're the departments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are existing.
They're good. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So technically, I'll speak about, the goal in the timeline of things that I would like to do within the next 6 months. Pretty much establish a strategic plan to measure success for the Office of Community Services. And I think in order to do that, within my first 2 months here, I conducted a SWOT analysis, which is not too long, but just something that I've noticed. I just wanted to take note on the things that I've noticed, and I'm happy to send it to you if you all want to take a look, to pretty much identify the gaps and the areas for improvement, and to develop strengths to maximize the use of the existing resources. So pretty much just trying to learn what works and what doesn't work, and then where we need improvement. And then
colleagues would be very interested in receiving that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And then, I scheduled, one-on-ones with the team to further dive into, if what I created matches with what they're thinking. So this way we can line it up, and then also add in additional information if there's anything that I missed. And I'm hoping to, within the next 3 to 4 months, define initiatives and efforts. So based on some needs assessments and identifying calming patterns and trends to help develop health programs and initiatives based on these patterns. So I don't see that we have too much data, so I would really love to, take a deep dive and find some data information to just figure out where the need is. Throughout my years of community service, I noticed sometimes the work can feel random, and I really don't want our work to feel random. I really want us to focus on what the needs are so that we can really, give the community what they need as far as resources. And then hopefully within the next 5 to 6 months, I'll continue to build relationships, to continue to nurture existing relationships and identify new partnerships. So this way I can really involve the community and learn about the needs of the community and figure out, where it is that we can be in the community. I like to say, get in where we fit in. So pretty much just solicit that feedback and hear from the community and figure out, exactly where we belong and where we should be. That makes sense. Okay, great.
Well, thank you. We'll open up for questions. I have a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll be brief. I have 4. Software subscription, I think it was 11,100. What is that, and can we get that paid for somehow through a fee or?
That was that with software that Mike talked about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
is
it possible to generate a fee for that? I think as we get it in and start to utilize it, it's really directed at developing a database and being able to push information out and sign people up for events. So it'll cut across the entire city. So that's a good suggestion. I can't think of it off the top of the head, but I can't imagine why not.
So my colleagues are aware, I've been having discussions with finance and city management. You heard yesterday, and you'll hear from the IT department, all of this software that we have. And we really need to take a look at it and see who's paying for that service. Ultimately, it might be residents, when they apply for a permit, but that is part of the actual cost that the city incurs. So we're going to be asking each department head to really reevaluate their software, like the ones we heard about yesterday, and because they shouldn't be bearing the cost of that. It should go to whoever the user is in a fair and equitable way. So we'll be looking at that with the city manager's help. Harbor Master, you mentioned your sheet of accomplishments. You neglected to mention, as I shared wading waters with Tyler. How much of your time is in flood cleanup? Is that substantial?
I would not say it's substantial.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
this last really big flood was quite time consuming for us, but typically we just help with getting the word out, making sure people adjust their boat lines. But in terms of cleanup, we did clean all the bathrooms this time just to get it done. I would not say it's substantial.
It's not a big deal. Okay, and then have you projected loss of revenue during the city dock construction? Are you looking ahead at that? How much revenue will, somebody's nodding their head?
I think Katie can address that. That is something we discussed in projected revenues.
Do you want to say, yeah.
Let me find the page real quick.
I vaguely remember Jody mentioning it at a presentation.
I will direct you to, Katie Connolly, Budget Manager. I'll direct you to page 22. You'll see dock charges and boat show fees, that line. We are projected at 1.5 million this year for 24, and we reduced that to about $1 million for 25. And I will say the Harbor Master's office is really great about letting us know where they're at on trend as well.
Excellent.
So they're great at communicating with us.
Great, thank you so much. And then last but not least, I think you answered this, Jackie. I was concerned about, we're always looking for revenue, and I don't know about anyone else, but the Resiliency Authority is a little bit of a mystery to me in how they operate and some of the restraints, but I'm just really glad when you spoke of your benchmark number 2, that you are meeting with them and you realize multidisciplinary approach. Yeah, maybe we can talk another time about what they do and how it's all working. My colleagues just as sort of mystified as I am about that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Maybe not today. And the bag ban, is that in our court?
The plastic bag ban?
Yeah.
I understand that will be introduced at the next city council meeting.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Will you need, is that something where you're going to have to do a $25,000 mailer on?
Perhaps. I'll have to speak to the PIO about how we're going to get the word out on it, because we're doing that for the gas-powered leaf blower ban, because it's a little bit different, because with gas-powered leaf blowers, that's something that you would purchase, and plastic bag ban, the county, I believe, I did not receive a mailer about it.
They did it.
And they mostly did that as signs at the cash register.
Yeah.
So but I was thinking about it this morning.
Yeah.
Probably we would not do a mailer.
Yeah.
Instead, we would advise the retailers to do something at the cash register in advance. And we would, I made the recommendation, I need to look at the draft legislation to see if it was included, but made a recommendation that there be a grace period like the county did, where when it's implemented, that there not be a charge for bags for at least a month. But I need to look at the legislation and see if that was included.
Okay. And
So that when people go, they're not surprised, they have a month to get used to the idea of bringing their bag in.
Okay, I'm just going to ask an open-ended question here to Alicia. As you evaluate what you want to work on, are you communicating with the mayor's office and their respective community initiatives to see where is the better place for them, if you will? Who are you talking to them?
Yeah, Kate and I had a meeting recently, to discuss that and just figure out, since the Hispanic liaison is coming over to them, and essentially as many will be going back to them, just figure out, how we can collaborate more and just work together as far as their initiatives and our initiatives.
Yeah, I see that you were nodding your
problem.
head. Okay, thank you. Colleagues? Alderman Finlayson.
Next, and on that same question, I sponsored the legislation for the Department of Community Caring, we called it initially, as a permanent department in the city. In my mind, the mayor's office changes with the mayor. And so the initiatives of the mayor are exhibited by the staff that he or she brings in. I do not want the Office of Community Services to be caught up in political anything it should be a standalone department. Now, where it lands, whether it's in the city manager's office or someplace else, as long as the intent is that it's a permanent position.
Right. Michael Malinoff, city manager, is in our office. It's the Hispanic liaison that isn't. And I agree with you. And that's sort of and I've transitioned through a few mayors, not always successfully, but that's the idea, is that you have sort of a transition of continuity. And that's, I think, and it was previous to me, why they in part put the office in the city manager's office, but it's something for you all to be cognizant of going forward.
I also sponsored the first African-American liaison. And following that came the Hispanic liaison, and the same argument stands. They're not political positions. They don't go with the next administration. They are needed positions in the city. So I'll just leave that where it is. Just for entertainment's sake, before I get to my other questions, when we did renovate this building, the argument was about the room over there that's known as the conference room. The original goal, from my perspective, was that that would become the city council's workspace, and that that room would be divided into 8 cubicles for the city council. The mayor at the time, and I'm going to call him out, Josh Cohen, insisted that we not have that room with the window, but that he be allowed to have it as a conference room. And you know where we ended up, right? You all have been in our cubicle, right? Next to the restroom down that hall over there with all 8 of us in that room. So I just want to remind those of you who don't know, those of you who were here, I then dubbed that room, once the construction was done, I called that the mayor's conference room to get under Josh Cohen's skin. And whenever I referred to it as the mayor's conference room, he would bristle because, no, it's for everybody. It's like, it's your conference room. You wanted it. So just to be clear, that is the alderman's conference room, not the mayor's conference room. That was just a joke to get back at Josh Cohen. So just a little bit of history. And we don't use it because it's the mayor's conference room, but it's our conference room. So anyway, are all the positions, including the new central services director, funded in the mayor's proposed budget?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Sorry.
That was
Careful.
another joke, right?
Careful.
Okay.
But no, yes, they are all in the budget as proposed. It doesn't mean that they are fait accompli until the
Right.
council reviews and decides.
Right, but I just want to make sure, you know.
Yes.
And the Hispanic outreach person funded, even though we're not sure where that person's going to end up.
Well, it's funded in the mayor's office, but that is where the position
Right.
is funded.
Yes.
Correct.
The community survey results, were those results used in the creation of this budget?
Yes, I mean, they were part of our deliberative materials. I think, candidly, it would be helpful, and I was thinking this when Vicki was talking about whether we carried the money on for next year, is there are elements that they offered to engage the public during the year that I think we would benefit from this year, going forward, to really get active feedback. I remember when he was presenting that he gathered, I don't know how many, couple hundred people who were willing to be active participants and follow up. I don't think we're going to get the full utility of it unless we do that.
Well, that's a, I don't want to say an argument, but that's a defense for us, because we can say that the budget is predicated on the responses that we got from the community survey.
Well, and also your retreat too. I mean, you all
And their
came up
retreat.
with certain things you wanted us to focus in on. Central services for one. The survey was very laudatory of recreation, and we wanted to build on that. So those are a couple of things that were definitely in our minds when we were putting it together. But I think if you take that next step, and Vicki can certainly educate you on that, it'll really help with ongoing communication. And if we get this with software, I think we'll be a much better community for equal distribution of information, regardless of whether you get the paper or not.
So I just don't want it to be said, well, they just came up with the budget. It's grounded in that information. I want to give you kudos, Mr. Malinoff, for your hiring of the Public Works Director, the Recs and Parks Director. Who else did you hire?
Transportation.
Transportation Director.
Planning.
I said planning first, I think. But anyway, it's working out, and so you get kudos for doing a great job with that. Council retreat, is that in the budget?
I don't think we had a continuing one for this year. That's something that I would suggest would be good to add in.
Okay,
if we
so
need to.
an amendment.
It's a one-time if you have the additional funds. I know what we have in the budget, and it's in HR, is we're bringing the leadership team training down through the ranks of the departments so that they also are being engaged in the same manner that the leadership team was. But I think that's a good point.
And my colleagues are saying base it on Costa Rica as the location.
Or Sausalito.
Oh,
'cause
Sausalito.
Then you can do the review of the houseboats.
Since I think my passport may expire.
Boy, do they
this
have some
month.
houseboats there.
So, and lastly, pay increase for seasonal. What is average pay? And we don't want to get into the habit of, you're the second department today who's come in to say, give my employees more money. What are we basing it on? And I don't know anything about the pay scale.
I typically check with state parks and I check with Chick-fil-A, to be honest, because if I can't.
Did she say Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, because.
Well, he pays really well out
Working
here.
at the
I'm
harbor
just saying,
master's
Mike
office.
is a good employer, the guy who owns the two Chick-fil-A's in Annapolis, but I don't know.
I would say that our job does require a lot more, especially as a first job, in terms of the ability to solve some pretty harder customer service issues. So to answer your question specifically, we typically start them at $15 an hour, which is the minimum wage, and we try to give them more money as their skills grow. So if I hire you right on as a boat driver and you're 30 years old, and you have that skill set to match that age in the maritime industry, then I may start that person at $18 an hour. But if I start you at 16 and it's your very first job and I have to teach you how to be a dock assistant.
I'm going to interrupt briefly. I have to go to the other negotiation. These
Do you
folks
have
will
that
carry.
does she have that flexibility, or does it come through the city manager's office?
So,
not to cut you off, I don't want you to be
So I
delayed.
think there are two things there. One is that money also is there to give them some additional hours. As Beth talked about, they have more volume that they're dealing with as well. So it's not just pay increases, it's also to give them a little bit more room for hours.
Because despite our best efforts, if we do Blue Angels, that can be more than a 15-hour day, not for one person, but for us as a collaborative team. And so we used to just only work them 6-hour shifts, but now it's common for them to have 8-hour shifts because of the busyness of the harbor and the moorings.
And in terms of the authority to change, these are temporary contractual employees, and so the rules around the pay are a little bit different than they are for a civil servant.
That we set those rules around pay, as long as we don't go against the federal standard. And what's comparable, what should be comparable or some consideration is the amount of revenue that department brings in compared to the amount of their budget. And I would guess that they bring in far more than we're paying out to staff. Ms. Connolly, am I wrong on that? Or you can tell me you'll figure it out later and let me know. I'm good with that too.
No, Katie Connolly, budget manager, I would say the justification for us to increase their seasonal salary allocation was because they have a lot more dock space that they're covering. Their trend has been trending higher, so we wanted to capture and make sure, they're not going to go over budget. So we wanted to make sure that we gave them enough room to do what they need to do to be successful in fiscal year 25.
So the amount of work or consideration given to allow them to increase their revenue should be equal, well, not equal, but should be a consideration when we're talking about the amount of funding available for their.
I would say there's a relationship there.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a correlation.
It does take money to
understand
make
what I'm
money.
saying. Okay.
Certainly. And to my earlier point, it also takes more money to have a competent supervisor there around the clock. And it's been really important to do that.
I mean, that's the reason why, you need to increase seasonal staff salaries anyway, right? There's more work to be done because there's more boats at the dock, which is creating more revenue for us.
So somebody gets the graveyard shift.
I just think it would be good to see some numbers. How much are they bringing in above and beyond their normal because of the increase in workload?
Okay.
And I think that is the end of my questions. Thank you very much, you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I will try and be very quick. Special event fee, the increase. Has there been any consideration of doing a sliding scale? For instance, if there's a special event fee for the Cars and Coffee down on City Dock, that's a very easy, they come and they set up a breakdown. If there's something like, an after party on the top of Hillman that's taking a couple of days, could you take a look at the different type of event and changing the event fee based on the number of departments it's going to hit and the amount of time and efforts it's going to take?
We can certainly take a look at that. Obviously the fees, if there are a bunch of other departments that end up providing services, that's something that gets sort of assessed separately. But we can certainly take a look at that.
Thank you. You talked about funding for a second kayak rack. Did we have the first kayak rack out and piloted?
We don't. We're waiting I have to get the changes to Title 15 passed before it makes sense in my mind to order the materials, because I want to make sure the council agrees with the changes to Title 15, and then I will immediately order the materials. Or we may end up buying a rack that's already built.
Oh, yeah, where is it going?
We were using funds out of the current FY24 Harbor Master's budget to purchase the first rack.
Okay.
But in order to have a second rack, so we could have 2 locations, we would need additional funds.
Okay, and we know for a fact we're going to have 2 locations in the pilot because
we decided we were trying to do 2 locations.
Okay.
Just so we could spread it around the city a little bit more. And there's not a lot of room at the street ends, so they wouldn't be able to have. How many would you think we could do on one rack? Because we're going to do smaller racks.
I don't think we can safely do more than 8 to 10. I don't think we can safely do more than 8 to 10, because if you build it too high, I'm afraid someone's going to get injured pulling their kayak down.
Right. Right. I was just wondering about why we were already looking to buy a second one if we haven't done the pilot for the first one, and I thought the pilot was for.
I think our deputy city manager is an optimist.
Whether it's going to work or not. We're being hopeful.
Eternally optimistic.
I just can't tell my Prince George Street.
All right. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked the mayor's office, and there's money for community events and activities, and can we get a list of those and an itemized estimation of what each one costs? And my last question is, and I know that I'm beating this horse. So in the staff rank summary of the city manager's office, there is a funded Hispanic outreach navigator as a contract employee. And in the staffing summary from the mayor's office, there's a Hispanic Community Service Specialist who's an exempt employee at an A10 grade. That's new. So is it 2 positions for Hispanic?
So yes, so there's the Hispanic liaison itself, that position itself that's being recreated. And then there's the Hispanic navigator that's currently in OCS that's moving over. So just the same way that there are multiple folks that work with TOLA, like that was how the Hispanic liaison had worked in the past, that Ismania reported to Laura. They together constituted that kind of team that worked on that. So in the mayor's office, there's the liaison position itself and then that navigator position.
Yeah. It almost seems more prudent to me to keep the one Hispanic position in Office of Community Services, because we were talking about how much they actually need that position, or the person that speaks Spanish, unless
all in your
you.
performance measures. There's all, you have that in your performance measures, all the Hispanic reach out. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so I guess I'm confused why it needs to have 2, and now we're putting one in the mayor's office and one in the city manager's office.
No, in the city manager's office, part of what you see is that's what's currently there. And then for FY25, it has a 0 next to
No,
it. Am I
it
remembering?
doesn't. It has a 1.
In the staff chart.
In the staff chart on page 46.
I don't have it.
It's a contract employee, and it's a 1-for-1, 24 to 25. Versus page 36, which is the mayor's, which
The
is
title is
Hispanic
different.
Community Service, exempt employee,
This might-
1-to-1, or 0-to-1, sorry.
I'll go back and look at this. There was a grant-funded position, but that's not there. Let me get back to you about why it's looking this way.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'd like to know if it's 1 body or 2 bodies.
yeah.
And if it's 2 bodies, are they in 2 different departments, understanding that the mayor's office and the city manager's office share the same office space, but
Yeah.
is it 2 different departments? And what are we doing about in community services when we need that liaison? Are they jumping back into community services to help that department?
Yeah, she should be moving.
And then my last question is, Jackie, you said that you have created an electric fleet inventory. Can we have a copy of that list, please?
It's not complete yet. It's in draft form. It's almost complete. I have to talk to the contractor about final revisions to it. Yeah, as soon as it's done, I will be providing it to council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of as a sneak preview to we're sort of talking among ourselves. In the mayor's office, the position of community engagement administrator. Oh, God. Hi. We were talking among ourselves here, and the community engagement administrator in the mayor's office is essentially gone. A keyword, community engagement administrator. So what we're looking at is to empower the Department of Office of Community Caring, to empower it more. And so I think that coordination and dialogue with the mayor's office is going to be critical before we finalize our recommendations, because we're going to be looking at some restructuring. Okay, and so to alleviate duplication of efforts and where people are doing their best in the right spot. Okay, agree? Alderman Arnett? Oh, Alderman Bin.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Alderman Arnett. I have first one comment, then a question, then another comment. First comment is, as we recall in the redistricting that we did, Ward 3 has by far the most Hispanic and Spanish-speaking residents. I mean, I'm speaking on a personal note for my ward. We could use 2 bodies, because there's some things I really like to do in my ward that I really don't have the capacity to do with just one body. I've had some conversations in the past couple of weeks with staff, not your staff, but other staff, about what we can do, because there's really some holes that need to be plugged, some things that we need to do. And the previous manager was great. She was doing 2 jobs, but there were some holes that need to be plugged. And right now, it's critical for Ward 3, based on the numbers that we got back from redistricting. That's my first comment. My first question, well, my only question and then another comment. Ms. Guile, on page 15 in your goals, one of the things that you had mentioned was food security, but I didn't hear or see where it is anywhere else.
It's not, because that's one of the things that it's not been addressed. It's, that is something that is a goal, but we have not been able to address. We don't have, I wrote in my notes that with additional staff, we could address all of our goals. We've always been kind of on a shoestring with resiliency and sustainability, and I have a vacant position right now that we're looking to fill as soon as possible. So I'm hoping to get someone in as soon as possible, and I would like to make that something we start addressing in probably the third quarter of this year, looking at food deserts and urban gardens and partnering with some other nonprofits and stakeholders to try to address that component of resiliency that's missing right now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure Alderwoman O'Neill, food insecurity, she's piping up right there. One thing I think needs to be either talked about or reminded, or just given some information on, whether we're talking about the Office of Community Services or we're talking about the mayor's office. I'm all for performance measures. I think they're great. I mean, I've seen the true benefit of it the past few months or year, even with the audit committee, what we're doing. And I generally use a benchmark of the year 1916. That's the year that we had our first Anne Arundel County Public Schools superintendent, which of course also teaches children in the city as well as the county. And there's one piece of history that we need to look at, the impact from that time when it comes to education, workforce, where basically I would say 85% of the African American community in this area worked in 6 different places. And if you look at all of them, they're gone pretty much, and the workforce is not what it used to be, so the jobs aren't there. And then the housing, where we have approximately 13 public or subsidized housing communities. There is a need, a desperate need, and I think we all can agree. We can't make up possibly for what has happened in the past, but we certainly can start and continue to move positively into the future. And when we talk about how much money we should spend or not spend, like I said, I'm going back to performance measures. I think sometimes the history gets a little bit lost. People are suffering. And we did those pop-up tours last summer, and we got close to 300 responses, and they were enlightening. I put them all in the public safety resolution. But there's a real need, and I don't think we can ever make up for it, but we can certainly move towards doing something salient about it. And the public needs to be aware of what we're doing. And I don't think it's helpful in some instances, and I'm not being disparaging of anybody, when the public starts to hear us discussing, I'll use that word, nickel and diamond, what we do for people, whether it's wraparound services, whether it's our underserved communities. It's not helpful. They get the wrong message when they start hearing that from us. And I'm included in that, us. But I think we need to be reminded of that. What are we doing and what are we saying? But like I said, performance measures are huge. That gets us more money, grant money, whatever it is. It's helpful on that front. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's hard. It is, like I said, it's hard to put a value on the, the intangible things.
But I think when people see us out there doing this, and then hearing us, sometimes it's a schism, and people get confused.
Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First item, the city manager mentioned space for the administrative assistant. We're creating a new Office of Central Service and so forth. I know there's a space study going on. It would really be interesting to see that. Alderwoman Finlayson mentioned our cubicles. I would gladly yield the cubicle for some decent space for the city council and maybe our own conference room. I don't have the page numbers because it got cut off, but under the highlights for the city manager's office, there's two questions. One, the National Community Survey, which I think we all found to be very beneficial, but you're not budgeting for another one this year. What is the planned frequency? Because one of the benefits of that is to see change over time, and particularly change when we compare ourselves to the other 500 communities. So
Yeah, most communities do it every 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, so some do it every other year. A lot of them do it every 3 years. That's certainly the message from Polco itself. They sort of expect sort of a 3-year cycle.
How much does it cost?
So we paid a total of just over $52,000. That was for the study itself, translation into Spanish, and 2 follow-up years then, so the 2 off years of their access to their Engage platform for follow-up surveying that we could do ourselves unlimited. So that was part of what Mike was referring to in terms of sort of making the most of that survey, of going ahead and doing that follow-up engagement, the interim surveying between the big ones.
So I'll probably be making a request for at least every other year in the budget, so it won't be this year. But also the last time we did this in 2012, that lent to a dashboard. And that never saw light, but I always thought that would have been a great thing to have on the city website so that our constituents can go look at that. On that same page, you mentioned the standard operating procedures. I would really like to see a copy of what some of those look like. It sounds like a great idea.
Yep.
To me. Again, on the highlights from the harbor master, we're talking about rescuing people. The fire department is talking about a new fireboat, which, if I'm gleaning it correctly, is to be repurposed so that it's more stable for sea rescues as opposed to squirting water. I'm not a big fan of mission creep, but it seems to me if we're going to have a mission, it ought to either be with the harbor master or with the fire department. And my preference is with the harbor master, but I think that's something we need to talk about in the budget.
I think that's a big conversation, and the reason I say that is because we are often first on scene because we almost always have a boat underway, and I think what Chief O'Malley would tell you is his team has to come from a fire department or from another call, take a truck to a boat and get underway. So they can't get there as quickly, but we are not EMTs. We are not basic life support even. So we do train our team in stop the bleed, CPR, first aid, Narcan administration. We train them in all of that, but that's really a very limited first responder skill set. And if we wanted to expand that, we certainly could look at that, but that's going to take quite a bit more training for the team.
So where do these rescues typically occur? Because one of the reasons I mentioned, I mean, a rescue is a rescue, but mission creep, the county has rescue boats. So are we rescuing in our waters or are we rescuing anywhere on the bay?
We rescue in city waters unless there's something very odd. So if a plane crashed just below the Bay Bridge, our team would probably participate. And so our rule of thumb in training is 2 nautical miles outside. If you think you can save a life, so 2 nautical miles past city limits, if you think you'll be the first boat there and you're pretty certain that you can save a life. That's our rule.
I agree, saving your life is saving your life, but mission creep is also mission creep, but also definition of who's doing what. I think we need a little refinement there. On the highlights from the Office of Community, the amount of money for the rental assistance, I have two questions here. One, there's affordable housing, there's workforce housing. Are we doing rental assistance for people at the affordable housing low-income range, or is this for anybody? But the second part to that question is Alderman Chandlemeyer and Gay both mentioned we've already used up that fund, so is it big enough? If we're going to be assisting, do we have enough money to do that?
So I believe the policy, which is on the website, we can share that with you, is I believe you have to be 80% of AMI or below, which typically is considered a workforce housing level. And there are a few other rules in there. You have to be in a licensed unit, some things like that. And I'm sorry, there was a second part of your question.
Do we have enough money?
Oh, do you have enough money? That's right. So the funding source for that is a dedicated funding source from the
State hotel tax.
The tap on.
Yeah. And there is not, that currently is not supplemented through the general fund. One of the conversations Aisha and I have been having, and this is one of the things there are many things I appreciate about Aisha. One of them is that she has a real interest in prevention and a lot of different ideas. And part of what she's really interested in that I'm very supportive of is getting some additional data about what's happening, what's the real need. I think there's some general questions around, do we make the most out of the funding sources that exist outside the city, for example? You know, are we really good at leveraging those kinds of funding sources? And so my personal take on that has been, I want to give Aisha space to do that data gathering and really kind of formulate.
You mean like with the county and other
formulate a real plan. So
But you're actually making the point. The reason I made the distinction between affordable housing and workforce housing, to me, affordable housing is a crisis. You either don't have housing or your housing is so substandard it's really not good shelter. Workforce housing, I personally don't believe is a crisis. I think it's an issue, but those people are living somewhere and they're earning an income above 80% or 60% AGI. And so if we're going to prioritize, I would really like to see it go to affordable housing first and maybe workforce housing if we have the extra funds, which I doubt we will. So just making that point. Last question has to do with the performance highlights and the tough time I'm having walking the different performance highlights to the performance measures. And I would really like to see more correlation between the two, but in talking about performance measures across all the departments, I'm seeing a lot of blank spaces. I'm assuming, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that's because this is still a work in progress, that we will not have so many blank spaces for departments in the future?
Yeah, one of the things that for me was a challenge is that I think the data collection process got interrupted for FY23. And so some of that data has been harder to get. And I will take ownership over not figuring that out soon enough.
But here's what I'm going to submit to you, and that we're all learning from the experience. Performance, that's where you talk about the number of pipes you've replaced. I think we need to really think about moving to outcomes and performance outcome measures where the departments tell us their long-term goal. We're replacing pipes, why? There's a reason why we're replacing pipes. We don't want them breaking, so forth. Or we're doing subsidies for people who have need for housing. So I think for policy making, it's much more important to us to look at the outcome. What are the big goals that we're doing in the out years rather than the annual increments? And I think that could make life a lot easier for the departments as well, instead of having all of these numerous measures of 12 widgets and 14 hydrants, et cetera. Talk about the things they're doing in general terms, but so that by 2027, every pipe in the city or every housing need in the city is accomplished or 95% accomplished. So, and that's coming from a lot from the discussions
I'm not to interrupt
you and I have had.
I think one way of doing that, so the performance measure consultant explained it to me this way. You have objective, you have long-term objective. What do we want to accomplish? And then when you have that objective, what are the goals to get there? And you guys had that in your short presentation. Then you had the goals, and then what are the benchmarks that we are monitoring along the way to make sure that we are ready, that we are accomplishing that goal? I think that we can't just go from data to objective. It would be.
I think you can support
objective is
it.
your long term that you're asking.
There's steps
for.
on the way. So one of the big things we have to do is, how big is the budget going to be? And that is the accumulation of all of the incremental steps we're making to attain some new
Yeah. But we still have to break it
status
down
quo.
from fiscal year to fiscal
Right.
year. Yeah.
Right, so.
All right. We can talk more
but-
about that in audit.
Yeah. Well, we will be talking about an audit, and we're already getting clarified that by next July, audit will be getting a revised set of
Yeah.
performance measures.
Yeah.
So, and then that will guide
Do
the
we
budget.
still have that consultant? Is there a consultant anymore?
No.
No, it's you.
And by the way, Katie, do we have budget for the audit committee?
Yeah, I saw it in there.
Okay, I didn't look yet.
That was-
Is it 50K again?
Yeah, the 25,000 is still there.
In the city
Okay.
managers or mayors? I was
City
wondering.
No,
manager's
for the
office.
audit, for the audit committee specifically. We have our own budget. That's why we're such a weird committee.
But we have 20,000 in the city manager's budget for an audit, I think. That's not that. All right. Thank you. But wait, you guys come up and introduce yourself and say what you do. Come on, quick, hurry up. You sat through the whole thing. Want the public to see your face.
Tyler Northfield, Deputy Harbor Master.
Is the mic on? Yeah, okay, hi.
Jacob Nold, Shoreside Operations or Watch Commander 1.
Thank
whichever
you. And we have some gifts for you. Well, it's our tradition, so you have to take them back, throw them at the voters. You're gonna throw? Getting better at that.
You're not gonna get them?
Well, let me move my head first before.
She's a good thrower.
Oh,
That's the chair on that one.
You gonna catch it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that one. Oh, my God.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good, thank you. Oh, we have to, oh, wait. Is there anything for the good of the order?
Yes. Second.
Oh, motion to adjourn.
That's why I don't throw them.
Say second. Second.
Second.
Meeting adjourned. See you tomorrow. I'll